Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, our visitors in the conference room here. We don't have a microphone this morning, so I'm raising my voice a bit. But good morning. I'd like to call this regular Resources and Development Committee meeting to order at 10:42 a.m. And at this time, if I could have Ms. Nelson, please take roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair, roll call for the Resources and Development Committee of the 25th Nomination Council. Regular meeting, May 5th, 2025. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson present.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Sean Paul. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Thank you. Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Daniel Simpson.
Excused.
Thank you, Honorable Daniel Simpson is excused. Honorable.
Present.
Thank you. Perfect. Madam Chair, we have 4 members present upon roll call, 1 member excused, 1 member not present. We also have Honorable Vanessa Body in attendance, Madam Chair.
Takoshi, thank you for that, Ms. Nelson. So just for information purpose, we don't have microphones for our meeting here today. And this owl that's sitting here actually catches a lot of the background discussions that are happening. So if we could just keep our sidebar discussions on low, or you can go ahead and exit the conference room. But I just wanted to make that reminder to all our attendees here. And again, I'd just like to thank our relatives that are also on the call here this morning. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and go straight to invocation. So if I could have a colleague volunteer for invocation here this morning. Chair Nez. Good
morning to all of you that are here with us. Yeah, and I'm not so pleased with pero para isla sobre Sunday. So yeah, the evening goes to the let us pray and pray this time. I'll pray now. Netka nedigenka. Agana ho para hanlo na hanit sindolo yon nedigen lane arts fortune. Na ehersen kon na bedanil on hatan laiki na hasna ka in the taya yabi gikota kon. Jonagon, ni hat ato ahandido con something jadon Jonago somnada dilabo ended up eona edabits at dingo. Ado hananes kahandla. In Jonago just an ado con, but adan Zasanda gito tony hitkanada than nato but ado. Canada elgeto nada nigansho chiana da hopnodo as art in a vego. Da tekota is the halonigishi in none chopping dedo, not glossy bargin, a baushing hands, so she shall hard and saying that a head again, Lenido Onzak and Hios Carne, Maron his share, it's Aro da Hasid Leo, Aquichin, Inna, Benan Kenetkin, Bespadet, Egido, Hans, so unheard inna, bed and the 18 that I could end the Kodo. Bach needs Zinnigido, Bach needs Zinnigishin and Kenniki. Ne yaha, a chin Naholond. The seat ain't got crotch needs so even in needs and got ebe husset. I don't that Ocean would get it out now, had none given na benachin. Lord the Chido, Hans, a goshin, you suffered Ocean that time. Hakudo, I either hate gate but a hader. So the course of the yard tell that hard zippo, but cases and a little hands of a shame. Corochan and Linigi, baby, Nachinan, Tim Goshin. Nurse, Nahachin, the Nane, cotton laid all late. I wrote the never none, I need no con. The Nen Hearts, there's case on Hatzot Lon on the shade and his seat or Koroshi. Ashmore, Niket Loro, take on Dahit Ara, Belt Egate, Apronas, Behas Anin of Kielti or Hestate in Lido left. A hair hit again, then again, Aninda Yilzi, Anils for Ankin Perhosen. Då hot ego da hatsitse. Då hot and sitze keste. Endet der bigger had a short tinkler. Even in na that egi van hinne ko tanda I kan. Ne bahin ne hit charge on let on hanan e. Aron dat hot san leni. Ben kissin to beben nach in an hit sadat estino nas. Na har chin betli kan leno le. Heb hat in aro kon hasab kapenetla. Ton ben get leo, but very fine get for genre. Han se was by Beban tea case at the Beba eat so or baby cut native what in things as done. They have on in and the hundreds of Shinja job body need of negate the nation Jesus Christ. Amen.
Chair Nez, Lord to the Zindijan, for I get the heat laying copy in lagi had Spago. Ado Konana King Nakena is sorry, a recognized guest and visiting the fresh officials. Kodo ya Resources and Development Committee members, ya Fagi Disha Hanodo, Honorable Danny Simpson, she ain't they cannot guide the other, but God not advocating on behalf of Chaco Canyon. Of she put a linigi Honorable Danny Simpson over citizen be it nito. Ado of talk for doing Shadeja, Honorable Crowdy, so fighting Kikulo, Digo ya sad not so fena di I equodon chitato, yes nido Asian Argent Vinigi Bang de Bande Tito. Ado Yahat Schlido to Nappy Kodo Mr. Zeller, Ado Kodo Yisindaj Nishigito, but a Nishigi, Ado board members than Dini Kunkistahano, Ku the Quaike. Die can be in Hanat no Ado Quagi Benachit, Duchen Sahnade Lake. Ado in da Kodo ya Hashin Sogo. Hopa Council of Nat Ani Kodoshi ya Mr. Chili Yazi do Pirato, non dish a days any Kunkista Hanado, she Han Sogo ya the project in Chitaha Ato. Ado in da Kuna ya Kodo Four Corners Economic Development, Kodo CEO, Mr. Gibbs, Ado Inda, and Lay Four Corners Clean Energy Alliance, Stockholm, Halonda, Ajet Najet Nan, Nishadex, Enigi, Ado, our legislative, staff, Kanat, Nishigito, Nikira Itahi, Miss Khan, Tokodo, Kodo, Ado Inda, ya Stokodo, New Mexico Department of Transportation, Ajet Nishigi, Ku de eto kilta halon kik ein kit na do ada iso no tsagi ja na kit shido di beni bi kwagi kit no todo iso no tsagi tshago eba ke hasen ako eben na nasta na had the do this item number 3 review and adopt the agenda. So Ms. Naka, if you could please read the proposed agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council. This is your agenda for May 5th, 2025. It's a regular meeting and presiding is the Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairwoman, the Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairman, Place Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, NAPI Boardroom, Upper Fruitland Chapter Nomination. One, call the meeting to order, roll call the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. 5, receive reports. A, overview of the NAPI BLUREA fertilizer project. Presenter is David Zeller, CEO, Navajo Agricultural Products Industry with Permian Petrochemical Corporation, PPC. And then B is Topa Council of Natsani, update on an AIF project. Presenter is Chili Yazi, Director Topa Council of Natsani. 6 old business. A, legislation number 0062-25, new business is 7. A, legislation number 0063-25, B, legislation number 0064-25, C, legislation number 00 65-25D, legislation number 0067-25A, political session, and announcement. Again, the next meeting is May 12th, 2025. Madam Chair.
Takeshi, thank you for that, Ms. Nakai. So colleagues, I'd like to get a motion.
Motion.
Honorable Speaker So, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw, thank you. Colleagues, do we have any amendments, addition or deletions to the proposed agenda here before us this morning? Speaker So, and then I'll yield it to Chair Nez. Speaker So?
Thank you very much. I would like to propose an amendment number one to, go ahead and, do a series of amendments and try to do it within this amendment. To address, one is to address the, legislations first. And to make, new business, to take care of old business and new business first. And then, from there, to go in and, have, Topan, Council on the update as, report A and Nancy, report as B, because, most likely we're going to executive session pertaining to the report. So that way we don't allow or have the, our audience that showed up today, to leave in the midst of the meeting when we go into executive session. So it is, that's what I propose, I did, tomorrow. Thank you.
Takeshi? Speaker So colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor to bump up old business as the new number 5, legislation 0062-25. Bump up new business, which will be the new number 6. Receive reports now would be bumped down to item number 7. And switching Topa Council of Natani report to letter A. And putting NAPI Blu-ray fertilizer project as report item letter B. And that would be also executive session. So we do have that motion on the floor, colleagues. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw, thank you. So colleagues, do we have any questions on amendment number 1? Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I would like to ask the motioning party to modify the amendment and delete item D under new business, which would be legislation number 0067-25. The reason I'm asking for it to be deleted is at 9:24 this morning, colleagues, you received an email from Telecom leadership. They pretty much corrected everything and they would like to request to meet with the Auditor General, Ms. Janine Jones, to go over the corrective action plans that have already been corrected. And therefore, there may not be a need for this legislation if the results from that is positive. Thank you, Madam Chair, back to you.
Takeshi, thank you, Chair Nez. So colleagues, I'd like to go ahead and go to the motioning seconding party to modify amendment number 1 to delete legislation number 0067-25. Motioning party Speaker So, how do you concur?
I concur.
Takeshi, seconding party, Honorable Claude, do you concur?
I concur.
Takeshi? So with that, we'll go ahead and delete legislation 0067-25 off of the agenda. So any other questions or comments on amendment number 1, colleagues? Going once, going twice. With that, I'll go ahead and take it to roll call vote on amendment number 1. Again, is to put old business to number 5, new business to number 6, receive reports to number 7. Switch, the new letter A item would be Topa Council of Natani report. Letter B, the NAPI fertilizer report, which will be an executive session, and deleting legislation 0067-25, colleagues. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes Warrior Green.
Warrior Green, okay, great. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson, excused. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes, Farmington, Scorpion, Green.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Green, okay, so with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. So with that, motion carries on amendment number 1 to the agenda. Going back to main motion on the agenda, do we have any additional additions, deletion, or comments at this time, colleagues? Going once, going twice. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote on main motion on accepting the agenda. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson, excused. And Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. So with that, motion is passed, and we do have an approved agenda here for Monday, May the 5th, 2025, Resources and Development Committee regular meeting. So going forward, on item number 4, review and adopt the journal, we do have none. Going forward to number 5, which is old business. We do have sponsor Honorable Crotty here, and we do have co-sponsor as well, Honorable Chair Nez, to legislation 0062-25. Colleagues, we know that this particular legislation was tabled at the last Resources and Development Committee meeting on April the 28th. So we need to take this legislation off of the table. So we have to require a motion in a second and a vote, and we'll go ahead and further into legislation discussion. Vice Chair?
Motion to take it off.
Table, okay. Colleagues, I do have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson to take the tabling legislation 0062-25 off of the table. And may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker So, thank you. So with that, colleagues, do we have any questions to take this legislation off of the table? Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, take it to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson, excused. And Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. So we took legislation 0062-25 off the table. Now going to the regular legislation itself, 0062-25. Colleagues, again, with the committee's discussion last week, there has been a handout that was submitted here by our legal counsel in consultation with New Mexico Department of Transportation. And again, there are 3 items that is being requested right now by New Mexico DOT that I assume you are aware of. Is considering a waive consideration for a fee, waiver of bond, and also a I guess you would say perpetual right of way, but it's a right of way language that is going to be as long as the road is being, I guess, utilized by New Mexico DOT. And also, please remember that last year in September of 2024, Resources and Development Committee had passed the legislation RDCS CS-40-24 under the item of the legislation. There is a letter C, page 5 of 6, where it did stated that the Resources and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for this right of way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for their next 2 projects located on the Navajo Nation. So with that, if we could have, we have sponsors here, so I don't know if we have any questions, but this legislation requires an amendment, colleagues, and I believe that the amendments were passed out to you all by, our chief, our legal counsel, Ms. Khan. So do we still have questions? Because I'd like to defer for 20 minutes presentation, colleagues. No questions? Okay, so at this time, Shadeja, Chair Karati, I'd like to go ahead and yield 20 minutes to you and your agent with New Mexico DOT in regards to legislation 0062-25, as colleagues do have questions.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. So we'll bring back, and I appreciate the committee for considering, legislation 0062-25 today, in support of, the technical questions that were asked from the committee. We do have Manuel, Maestas here with, New Mexico Department of Transportation. He's the program division director that assisted in, creating the amendments that are attached to the legislation for your consideration. In terms of the background information of this legislation, we do have a long-term, highway improvement project in 64, which is Highway 64. This is a highway that, thousands of, individuals travel, every year. It's one of our major tourism, highways, but not only it impacts a lot of our community members. You may have remembered, last year during some of our monsoon season, this is where the bridge had washed out twice in the area, and so it's considered a high priority. And looking at, some of the data, this also is a route that, has a high number of, incidents and injuries. And so, in the Red Bridge or Red Wash area, there's 3 new bridges that are being constructed. Colleagues, what I want to do is just spend more of the time for Mr. Maestas here to go over the technical language that were asked from the committees. We do offer the amendments. And so, Mr. Maestas, if you could just provide some background on your work on this project, and I think then we'll move forward to asking the committee if they have any additional questions that you could ask at this time.
Sure. So, the US 64 project is, was started a while back, like about a good 5 years. We did a study of the corridor, and we divided up the corridor into 5 phases. Currently, there's 2 phases being constructed now. This is another phase that'll be coming in. I think we have 2 more, I want to say, that'll be coming in this year as well. With the improvements that we are doing to the corridor, we received a grant, a US grant for the improvements, which requires us to complete the projects within a certain time frame. And so that is why we are asking for some of these to be completed pretty quickly. So with that, I think you know, there's restrictions that are passed down to us with the grant that we have received. And so I want to say that all the construction needs to be completed by next couple of years is what I don't really know the exact time thing, but yeah.
And, okay, thank you. So, Senate Chair Jesus and committee members, we do have the amendment language. Again, with that backstory, because of federal, requirements, this is considered, a high priority project to get approval from, the RDC. The next step would go to, President Nygren's administration. So we would need the help of the committee to help, navigate that executive pathway, so with staff or with the Office of the Speaker staff who are present. And one of the critical areas that New Mexico Department of Transportation has identified that it took 19 months for the last right-of-way to be approved at the BIA level. So as a committee of the oversight and our communication with BIA, my ask is how we could work together to make sure these right-of-ways that are important to Navajo Nation are done in a timely manner. We are updating Senator Lujan's office, Ryan Lee, who was, part of the congressional delegation that, provided this additional funding for the project. And, so something I just want to clarify to the committee, since we're coming up with the budget season, the land department or the division of natural resources had this information back in October. So, or in August. And I received this legislation 2 weeks ago. And so there has to be something where the programs are accountable to how they manage their internal process, because it then puts a time constriction on us as delegates. So I want to thank the Office of Legislative Counsel, Mariana and her team pulled together these legislations. And I want to thank RDC committee for allowing it to be on your agenda. But I think if we could work with the administration, we could help just facilitate that conversation more. And it could be a way for the committee not to find themselves in this situation. Actually, when you approved the resolution last year in September, it was the same challenge where, you know, the executive programs kind of sat on the legislation. And once they were notified by New Mexico that there's the timeframe is about to expire, then they reacted. So we're continuously being a reactive nation, but I appreciate the committees being patient with me as a sponsor, and I appreciate Chair Chairman Nez for co-sponsoring. Thank you. We'll yield the floor back, or yield the floor back to the committee, and we do have the amendments for your consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate, thank you, Chair Prady, and also to, I'm just gonna say Manuel because your last name is particularly. And so from the April 28th meeting, colleagues, I already do have a motion by Honorable Speaker So, and I have a second by Honorable Claw. I'm gonna keep those motions because this legislation was tabled during the report, during the time that report was being heard. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Madam Mayor, sponsoring this legislation. People are in dire need of traveling safely from the state line to pretty much, head up on and to and they pretty much use this road from Sweetwater and down to Rock Point area, people that work in Farmington. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to, if I may, I am the co-sponsor, so I don't know if I could motion for amendment 1. And if I do, I would like to motion amendment 1 and have the new exhibit A submitted into it, and the new language for the amendment added to the legislation for the rights of way for the next 20 years, as well as for $69,564. Thank you. To you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okoshi, thank you for that, Chair Nez. So with that, colleagues, I do have a motion by Honorable Chair Nez to add an amendment. And I believe you all have the handouts for legislation 0062-25. And the amendment is on the front section of this handout that was given to us by our legal counsel. And so at this time, Ms. Nakai, if we can read the amendment into the record. That's it, yeah.
Okay. To legislation number 0062-25, to remove waiver of consideration, NMDOT right of way US 64 milepost 20.6 to 22. 1, change exhibit A for new exhibit A. 2, page 2, lines 19 and 20 in paragraph G in section 2 findings, amend as follows. G, the Navajo Minerals Department as assessed. Consideration for the overstricken is temporary construction easement underscored is right of way for overstricken 1 year at $3,478,000 or $3,478.19, and then underscored is 20 years at $69,564. The overstricken is November 7, 2024, underscored is April 25, 2025. Memorandum from the Navajo Minerals Department is attached as Exhibit F. 3, change Exhibit F for a new Exhibit F. 4, page 4, line 6, add a new paragraph M in section 2 findings as follows. And this is underscored language. M in resolution RDC S-40-24 attached as Exhibit H. The Resources and Development Committee approved a waiver of consideration for right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, RDC S-40-24, approved the waiver using the following language, and this is in quote and underscored. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right-of-way has determined that waiving the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110. The Resources and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for the right-of-way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for their next 2 projects located on the Navajo Nation. Next is 5, add Exhibit H, Resolution RDC S-40-24, exhibits not included. 6, page 4, line 11, insert additional language as follows. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a right-of-way to New Mexico Department of Transportation subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as Exhibit A. Underscored language, which shall include any investments to consideration approved in this resolution for purposes of construction, operation, and maintenance for NM.US 64 CN 5100821 MP 20.6 to 22, serving Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Lands and Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in maps attached as Exhibit B. 7, page 4, lines 16 and 19, strike all of section 3 approval. Paragraph B as follows. Overstricken is the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right-of-way. It has determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110. New language. B is underscored. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves consideration of blank for the right-of-way. 8, page 4, line 24, adds section 4 as follows, and this is new language, underscored section 4, terms and conditions to include assessed consideration. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions shall include assessed consideration approved in this resolution. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services with notice to the sponsors of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So therefore you have the Exhibit A consisting of 3 pages. Then you also have Exhibit F, which is the memo dated April 25th, 2025. Exhibit H, which is RDC S-40-24 in its entirety, which is consisting of 6 pages. And we also have So that is amendment one.
Ms. Khan, did you want to?
Madam Chair, I have, this is Mariana Khan. I have included the other, potential amendments in this. I did not hear very clearly whether or not, delegate wanted to include this all together with one amendment or separate. I'm sorry, just asking for clarification.
So, Ms. Khan, this particular amendment that was read into the record are not inclusive of these two, right?
This is just for the consideration, how much will be paid. The other two documents, one is for the bond waiver and the other one is for the duration of the highway for the term it is used as a highway for New Mexico. I wasn't clear as to whether or not the sponsor of this amendment wanted all three ready at once or just the consideration of it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. So going back to Chair Nez, in regards to your amendment, with the handouts that was given to us at the last two pages, there is an amendment for the waiver of bond amendment language as well. And also there is an amendment for the right of way, the duration of the right of way. I don't know if you wanted to add those two into the amendment as well, Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Khan, for pointing this out. And I would like to, if we could, add it into amendment one to have both amendments under this, and if we could have staff read that into the record as well. Thank you.
Hakushi, thank you, Chair Nez. So with that, Ms. Nonkai, can you read the amendment for the waiver of the bond and also the duration of the right-of-way amendment into the record?
Okay. This is the amendment language for legislation number 0062-25 waiver of bond in MDOT ROW US 64 mile post 20.6 to 22.1, page 4 lines 19, insert a new paragraph C in section 3, approval amend as follows. New language C. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives the requirement for bond insurance or alternative form of security on part of the grantee based on the determination that constructing, operating, upgrading, and maintaining roadway along US Highway 64 CN 5100821 milepost 20.6 to 22 benefits the Navajo Nation. And such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. And then amendment legislation number 062-25 to approve the duration of right-of-way in MDOT 60 US 64 milepost 20.6 to 22.1, page 4, line 20, insert a new paragraph C as follows. C. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the duration of the right-of-way to begin on the date the right-of-way is granted by the Secretary of the Interior and shall continue as long as the right-of-way is used by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for public highway activities. 2, page 2, line 4, insert additional language as follows. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation subject to, but not limited to, the terms and conditions that attached as Exhibit A, which shall include any adjustments to duration of the right-of-way approved in this resolution. For purposes of temporary construction easement for NM.US 64 CN 5100821 MP 20.6 to 22 that serves Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Lands and Shiprock Chapter Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in that maps attached as Exhibit B, 3, page 4, line 24, add section 4 as follows. Section 4, terms and conditions to include duration as approved in this resolution. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions include the duration of the right of way as approved in this resolution. Or read number or read letters succeeding paragraphs or sections supporting if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services with notice to the sponsors of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So those are that's the amendment language, and then there's there's a blank on the.
Okay. So with that, thank you, Ms. Nakai, for reading the amendment. So colleagues, if you go back to amendment to remove waiver of consideration, the first amendment that was read out by Ms. Nakai, on page 2, item number 7, letter B, it's consideration of blank for the right of way, and I believe it's requesting the amount of years. And if you look at the exhibit A, which is on the next page, says the right of way shall be for 20 years. So again, I leave it to you as colleagues, as to how many years you want to go ahead and grant this particular waiver consideration to New Mexico Department of Transportation colleagues. So at this time, I just want to put that on your radar. And then also amendment was the duration of the right of way was read into the record, and also the waiver of bond to legislation 0062-25. I have a motion by Honorable Chair Nez, and I'd like to get a second, colleagues. Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, colleagues, do we have any questions on the amendments that were read here into the record? Honorable Speaker So.
Thank you. I think that, just so that we go back before it was discussed at Resource and Development Committee. Our committee here is in charge for making sure that certain policies and things are followed. As what we're waiving today. As in for what Navajo Nation Minerals has assessed, that's their assessment. And is required by our policies to have the Navajo Nation Minerals Department be a part of the assessment when it comes to lands that are going to be impacted by construction of tribal lands. And certain things are meant for assessments. And then also the bond requirement. That's another thing that is required by tribal law. And today, the waiver is being asked. And I just want to put it on for the record that one day that somebody asked, how come you're just waiving this and you're waiving that? You know, these are what are in our current policies. And you know, when the last committee meeting happened, we didn't have anybody from the state here at the committee meeting to answer these questions. And those are just to try to navigate through this and learning to know that this was a federal grant. That's a whole nother ballgame. So, you know, even that was not clarified by the lady that got on at the last minute from the state. She didn't clarify that. So that's the reason why we tied up things. But at the end of the day, our committee is charged to make sure that every land that we lease or put a right of way out, that we bring revenues into the nation. Revenue does not impact, I mean, how can I say, it's not to benefit tribal officials. It's to benefit the direct services provided, such as the senior citizen buildings out there, the programs, the operation the, operation of, CHRs. This is how the Navajo Nation makes revenues. And right now, in this requirement, $69,000 over 20 years. It's, you know, each year it'd be like $3,700 that may be paid. But, you know, that's something that could help benefit dollars that are, in our delegate regions, that people ask for monies based on the yoke. And this is how we pay for direct services. So, just so that you do understand that these waivers, these questions that came up pertaining to the waiver, this is what is backing up, the committee. I really don't want to give waivers all the time. But certain things such as grants, those can be done. So I just want to put that on the record, not to say, you know, Resource and Development Committee did not pass it and things like that, like these questions. There's people online listening. I guarantee you somebody's gonna say, how come they're waiving this? How come they're waiving that? And the state of New Mexico waived the income tax requirement on tribal trust land for Navajos who pay into tribal trust land if they pay. You know, things like that. But, you know, a lot of people ask questions and they're online. So that's the reason why, you know, these questions came up. And this is not only the state of New Mexico, there was another entity that we entertained.
UDOT.
Yeah, UDOT, it was the same scenario. And then these other right of ways too. At the time when the Navajo Nation negotiated these right of way terms throughout, whether it's the state of New Mexico, the state of Arizona, and the state of Utah, they were perpetual. And those terms really don't stand today on with us. Because at the time when government leadership was, and those right of ways were proposed at the time, it was a whole different time, it was a whole different understanding. At that time, our leadership was not really educated on what perpetual means. But today, we know what it means. You have power lines that crisscross the reservation, which we don't get a dime from, such as one of the KV lines that crisscross through the Navajo Nation heartland. That's the reason why we're asking these questions. It's not just giving state of Utah or state of New Mexico a hard time. We want to make sure that we do our people benefit from these costs, because they're the ones that chew us out at the end of the day. How come you're doing this? How come you're doing that? And these discussions that happen here is something that they're listening to. When I go home at the end of the day, or get back to my region, I tell my chapter, this is what we waive. This is what it is. So they understand, and I tell them, once council waives something on right-of-way fees, that means less dollars coming into the Navajo Nation coffers. Because somewhere we have, and right now, the Navajo Nation, we rob Peter to pay Paul. And I think that's what government does. There's enough money over here, they pull money out of there and they say, hey, don't do that, keep our monies over here. But those are just some of my thoughts that I want to get on record. That is the reason why, you know, I had this question on the last committee. I do support this, and as long as all the information is answered, you know, I brought clarity for my position to vote today and the positive and in the green, warrior green. So that's just my thought, and I just wanted to bring this to you. I don't have any other questions pertaining to the amendment, but it is, with that. Thank you very much.
Debussy?
Thank you, Speaker. So, and just for the record, we do have Honorable Lester Yazzie, Shinatani that joined us. Thank you for being here today. Wow. Following that, in queue, I do have Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then thank you to Shanella for bringing this legislation forward. And then also to New Mexico Department of Transportation. Thank you for your presence here today. And I'm gonna go back to the previous RDC meeting and the reason why I tabled the legislation. First and foremost, again, it was due to the non-presence of New Mexico DOT. Having 4 legislations before this committee was very important and crucial, especially for infrastructure and transportation needs for our Navajo people. I did have questions in regards to the bond that you are requesting for a waiver. One of the questions I did ask was, which bonds are you requesting to waive? So I believe there was a young lady on the call and I asked her if it was a government bond, a surety bond. So if you could just please explain that, the types of bonds that are required for the highways. I think that would provide clarification for us. The second part of it is in regards to the usage of the roads. That being a high traffic area. And that particular area, I think that one of the things we do need to address is the use of semis going on those roads. As well as just regular drivers that are using it. And the example I used previously was, we have a road that was completed right outside of Chinle going towards Nosley, and it's N27. But that was through one of our enterprises that completed the project. So that road was recently completed, but already we're seeing cracks in the road and just shifting. So to me, the Navajo Nation did make a mistake by waiving some of those bonds. Because now the coverage for those roads will be at the expense of the nation again. And that's one thing that I would like to just be very cognizant of. And so if you could just explain to us the process of bonds and which ones that we are waiving here today. And then I also want to thank Shanella, Honorable Crotty. You did come before RDC about 1.5 years ago too. And during that time, I did pose a question about the payment to the Navajo Nation. And during that time, there was an agreement made that the next 2 projects would be paid. And thank you for keeping your word on that. And thank you for holding New Mexico DOT accountable to that. And to me, that does establish a partnership. Because now, New Mexico DOT does have a vested interest. When you pay into something, you become a stakeholder. And so I think that with that agreement, you have shown that you want a partnership. So thank you for that. The next question I have is in regards to once the pavement and this project is complete, how often or what is the schedule for New Mexico DOT to do the maintenance, such as the seal and chip seals or any other maintenance requirement? Is it like after 5 years, 10 years? When do you start your scheduled maintenance? And I think that would give us a better picture as well. And then lastly, I just want to recognize all of the civil engineers and everyone that does the road work. My father was a civil engineer for 25 years. And he worked on roads, that was his specialty. And he retired with the US government. So I know the extent and also the smell of asphalt, pretty pungent, but so I do want to thank you for that. But those are my questions, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Claw. I would like to go ahead and yield time over to Chair Crotty and your agent for responses to Honorable Claw's questions.
appreciate committee members and helping us understand the context in terms of your questions and the ability of New Mexico Department of Transportation to answer. In speaking with Ms. Garcia, she did acknowledge that she was not able to answer some of the committee's questions, and that's why we arranged for Mr. Martinez. Say it. Okay, Maestas. Manuel. We'll give you a medical name, got it. So, I do wanna say, Chairman, so we can look at what's been the financial impact to Navajo Nation in terms of waiving bonds. As Chanela here mentioned, if there's roads being constructed, and, so I did send out an email to, Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. I believe they should be a partner with New Mexico Department of Transportation. We've met with the Secretary of Transportation, Ricky Serna, when we were up at Santa Fe. And in addition, that was in February. And when Dr. Serna came to, or Secretary Serna, visit the office of President, Vice President last October, he had actually requested, you know, more engagement with Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. So we could get an idea on how Mr. Quintero and his team are engaging with the different states. I think that would be helpful for the committee, so they can provide all of this information to the committee and track the impacts of waiving bonds. And then what's our financial liability as a nation moving forward. So I appreciate that recommendation. The second area we provide information to the committee is the financial impact of waiving some of these fees. Not just the liability, but as you mentioned, Chairman, so the revenue possibility. So we could provide and work with New Mexico or Navajo Nation DOT on what that looks like. Moving forward, Chanela, thank you for your questions. I'm gonna defer a lot of them to the agent here. So to talk about the bonds that are required, you know, some of the background as this is federal funding, if that was not articulated. And actually some of the limitations, as we know, it's my understanding, because of the deadlines, it does tie into federal funding, and I could make sure if it's coming from ARPA money that the US Department of Transportation or our congressional leadership in their allocation. So I'll get a little bit more money or a little bit more information regarding the funding to the committee. And I think of the committee and how we can support, the council can support the committee in talking with our enterprises on the quality of work that they provide. I know in my district, we do have some challenges with Navajo Nation Department of Transportation subcontractors and some of the work that they provide. So I definitely will be part of that conversation, but could you provide
Sure. So the bond question, the New Mexico Department of Transportation, when we have a project that goes out, we require our contractors that are building the projects to have. And so they ensure their work through that bond. We require during construction, we have inspectors out there making sure that the contractor is building the road or the infrastructure per standard, per spec. We've got it all laid out within our standards and specs for how things should be built, and a hierarchy of which document supersedes the other if there's any conflict between what's being built and how it's supposed to be built. With that, we do have our area chapters, I guess, go through the roads and maintain them as needed. When they do see that there are cracks or things that are more than just a maintenance fix, our district will schedule that roadway or that section of roadway to be a part of a project and we put it in what we call the state transportation improvement plan. To come in with a project that would be more significant in cost to, rehab, rebuild, reconstruct as needed, that section of the way. So that's essentially kind of how we maintain our system.
Different one that's needed. I know you talked about your subcontractor, but she did ask. Well, let me just go back to the committee. Chair Jesus, if the questions were answered, or we could entertain a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair Karati. So, Honorable Claude did, ask, there are different types of bonding out there. So again, what was the bonding requirement that Navajo Nation is asking of New Mexico DOT? And what bonding are we waiving? Is it the surety bond or just the construction bond itself? The next one was, again, I know that you said that you hire contractors. And there was a mention that the duration of the project in terms of once the road the construction of the road is made, how often is your maintenance done on these roads to prevent it from deteriorating faster than if it were to be maintenance? That's the other question she had.
Okay, so that maintenance happens kind of like a as needed basis. They do go through, our crews go through the roadways and kind of determine what needs to be done to make sure that they're in working order. Sometimes it's just a couple of signs that need to be replaced because they're sun damaged or things like that, but it just kind of depends on what needs to be completed. There's not like a specific schedule per road map.
Okay, so Honorable Claw, I know that, I don't know if you've got clarification on what types of bond you're, for waiving your question. Did that give you some clarification, or do you want?
Okay, I do need clarification. I don't know if I need to ask a question again.
So do you want to go ahead and, restate,
Okay, so I will go ahead and restate the question. So the way that you responded to me is how I am interpreting it. Is basically you're saying that contractors do have to carry their bond. So are you requesting for the committee to waive those contractors' bonds?
No.
Okay, so that's the question I mean. So are we doing the government bond, which is for your financing part, or which bond are you requesting for a waiver of? That would be my question. And I don't know, that's why I said if you could differentiate the types of bonds and which one that you are requesting a waiver for.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Claw. So back to, Chair Karati and your agent.
Okay, so I'm gonna help the agent a bit, but, if you could look to exhibit, C of your packet. And if you, look at the New Mexico Department of Transportation memo dated August 13th, 2024. Colleagues, if you scroll down to, the bullet points that are numbered, it does, cite the federal regulations. So, New Mexico Department of Transportation respectfully request that the Navajo Nation consider granting a waiver of the bond, insurance, or other securities per, and here's the citation, Shanola, that you're looking for, 25 CFR 169.103, section F2. The planned roadway improvement will serve as a public purpose and will be a benefit to the Navajo Nation community. Chair, that's the citation and the requirements per the CFR regulations.
Okay, thank you, Chair Karati, for your response. So Honorable Claw, as it's stated in Exhibit C that is attached to the legislation, there is a letter from New Mexico Department of Transportation to GLAD, and it does state that under item number 1, 2, and 3. So I don't know if that clarifies your question, Honorable Claw.
Okay, it does, and thank you. I think that we've been piecemealing these all last week and this week, so thank you.
Hakoshi? So with that, do we have any other colleagues in queue for questions? Speaker so?
So, Vice Chair, got a, good, scenario. Out in, Arizona, we had a bridge that washed out. And state of Arizona just wouldn't fix it. Didn't have to come back to the nation for waiver or anything. So my thought is, that the right, and the right of way is perpetually the same way, same status. And, so as now, is this, are we talking about additional acreage outside the right of way that was given as a perpetual right of way? And as an example, here's the right of way that was given for a lifetime. And then maybe a 500 feet in distance by maybe 30 feet on each side, maybe for boring activity, or maybe where you need more grounds for excavation. Are we getting additional temporary right of way? Or is it within the perpetual right of way that has been given to New Mexico for a lifetime?
Okay.
Chair Cardi?
Oh, thank you, Chair. So, colleagues, if you look at Exhibit D, memo stated March 27, 2024. The subject is field clearance for the New Mexico Department of Transportation. On the second, paragraph, that's underlined, Chair, so that's where you'll see there's additional need, because this is going to, widen with a two-way left turn, shoulders, storm drain, and drainage improvements, curb and gutter. And so this will be right in front of the Shiprock High School, and so that area is gonna be, there's gonna be additional construction, and that's why this will, increase the area of the current right of way. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Speaker so?
Just a follow-up. So with that, as these widening happens and, cattle guards are put in, just maintain the cattle guards, please. Whether there's an animal stuck in the cattle guard, or whether there's an overgrowth of weeds, or it's a drainage problem. Because the delegates get that, we get those requests. Usually get to in this case, I'm gonna speak about Arizona. You say, you need to address this cattle guard. 3-4 months time, finally, we have somebody over there. And as these right-of-ways are given as a lifetime, the state should be able to go there without telling the state, saying, hey, maintain this. It should be an automatic instinct to say, hey, we have the right of way to take care of, we've set these cattle guards in, these are our cattle guards. And we have to maintain them. So that's the request. I will share this with the state of Arizona as well as the state of New Mexico, because a lot of these, Utah. A lot of these, even, when fence are cut, I really know, you see animals on it, I'm gonna talk about Highway 264, you drive up on top of, Gentle Island area, you always have horses up there, within the right of way. You drive into certain areas, you have animals in there, which, has a liability of, impacting motorists, cattle. There was one point where a llama got run there, and I was like, whoa. So that's what I mean, it's just that some of these right of ways don't have the O&M activity going on, even though you know, the right was, factored given to the states. And they just want that partnership, as Honorable Crowley alluded to, partnership, you know, that would create the states to communicate with NDOT. Whether it's about, you know, about the bonding issue, trying to find our way around it, and navigate around that, and then down to, you know, just this operation maintenance of that, or is there a mechanism that's in place by by the state with Navajo Nation NDOT saying, hey, or a constituent can go ahead and just reach out to Navajo Nation NDOT, and NDOT can give them a form and send it over to Department of New Mexico, Arizona, or Utah to request for those services. I will use a fence maintenance that sort of an agreement that is in place with the 1882 portion of the reservation. The western portion and the northern portion is maintained by the Hopi tribe. And the eastern portion and the southern portion is maintained by the Navajo tribe through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So if a person has, on the other side, they have the forms, and they just forward it to like Phoenix area office for that request to be made, or vice versa, if it's from Hopi to Navajo area, those type of collaboration goes on, and I think that we need to get those communications in line with our Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. And that's all I have for now. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Okoshie, thank you for that, speaker. So colleagues, any other questions on amendment number 1? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank Delegate Karate, also your agent, Mr. Yazi. So I would just like for again, what Speaker So said earlier, you know, maintain the fence, also maintain the cattle guards all the way around, even on the 491. You know, that's all I'm gonna ask. So that's it. It's just a comment.
Okoshie, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, colleagues, if no more questions, Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, all committee members for your questions. I sent a couple of emails asking for clarification on when perhaps historically, when were these rights of ways approved? And that's what I was asking Ms. Khan. I was only making reference to RDCS 40-24 as a sample. But what I was asking was when, how long ago, 1950, 1900, when was this right of way approved? Was it perpetual? Does it need an additional right of way approval? And I'm glad that we heard that today, is that there's going to be an extension of it. That helps me to understand. Perhaps at some point, Madam Chair, that the committee could really look at some of these legislations prior to these meetings and understand when some of these rights and ways were approved, and just look at them. I had a discussion this morning with Navajo DOT about how some of the roads in Arizona already have an existing rights of way, and the companies just go in and do improvements. They just repave the roads without any approval from the committee. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we could do in the future in the state of New Mexico, is what I was asking. But with this, I understand now it's an extension. So thank you, Madam Chair, that was all.
Okoshie, thank you, Chair Nez, for that, and also colleagues, if no other questions for amendment number 1, That was motioned by Chair Nez and also second by Vice Chair Johnson. And it was read into the record, in regards to legislation 0062-25 to remove waiver of consideration as well as, the waiver of bond. And also to approve the duration of the right of way for US 64 New Mexico Department of Transportation. So no other questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice. Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I just wanted to be very clear about the amendment when it gets attached to the finalized resolution. And that is, the amendment is written to remove the waiver of consideration. Remove it. Remove the waiver. That means that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will give the nation what is the 69 being out for the 20 years that was assessed by the Maintenance Department, that goes in. And I just wanted to be really sure about that, because we need to finalize this.
Yep. So it's already in there. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Khan. So colleagues, as Ms. Khan explained in regards to this amendment. So if no other questions, Speaker, so.
As Ms. Cohen alluded to, removing the waiver, that's only on this particular,
It's already in there. It's in.
for this particular legislation. That's the way I'm understanding this. It's not removing it from our policies. But so I just want to get that clarity that you're saying, removing, meaning from only this portion of the legislation.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Ms. Khan, do you want to explain to colleagues here the waiver of consideration, maybe kind of break it down a little bit more?
Sorry, the length, when the resolution was drafted, there was the resolution was drafted to remove to put in a waiver of consideration, waiver of compensation. And now the amendment removes that.
Then, Speaker,
It's the
so.
same thing, the way I understood it.
Hagoshi? So it will be for 20 years at 69,524. Hagoshi? So any other colleagues with question or clarification? Going once, going twice. So with that, I'm going to take amendment number 1 to roll call vote is to remove waiver of consideration amendment that was read into the record. Waiver of bond, and also to approve the duration of the right of way for New Mexico DOT US 64. I do have a motion by Chair Nez, second by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote on amendment number 1 to legislation 62-25?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Rickman votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson, excuse. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting, so motion carries for amendment number 1 to legislation 62-25. So going back to main motion on the legislation, do we have any additional comments or questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice. So with that, I will take this to main motion, vote for legislation 0062-25. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Rickman votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair not voting. So with that, legislation 62-25 passes Resources and Development Committee. And going further to item number 6, new business legislation 0063-25. If we could please read the legislation into the record, Ms. Malachi.
Okay, this is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee. 25th nomination, House for the year 2025, introduced by Amber from the co-sponsored by Rick James. Sponsored by number 063-25, and action relates to Resources and Development. This is regulation. The purposes of temporary construction easements for NDOT US 64CN 51008221 NP 20.6 to 22, serving Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navigation Trust Lands and Shiprock Chapter Navigation, San Juan County, New Mexico. Being enacted, Section 1 authorities pursuant to 2 NC Section 500D2. Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council has the authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirements on navigation lands and unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignments, leasehold, encumbrances, transfers, renewals, and terminations. Section 2 findings say the New Mexico Department of Transportation has submitted a request for approval of a temporary construction easement for the purposes of temporary construction easement for NN US 64 CN 51008221 milepost 20.6 to 22 that services Shiprock, New Mexico. B, the terms and conditions is attached as Exhibit A. B, C, the proposed right-of-way map is attached as Exhibit B. D, the application is attached as Exhibit C. E, the temporary construction permit agreement is attached as Exhibit B. F, the appearances including individual landowners, grazing committee recommendation, biological resources compliance form, abbreviated environmental assessment, finding of no significant impact and environmental compliance determination are attached as Exhibit E. G, Shiprock Chapter Resolution 0309230338 SHIP. Reaffirming support of the state of New Mexico, San Juan County, federal and navigation Department of Transportation and private entities to continue in partnership with, to develop and seek grant funding for improving of New Mexico Highway 64 NN Arizona Shiprock to Arizona state line for highway reconstruction, replacement of bridges, guardrails, repair, right-of-way fencing, signage, turnouts for school buses, safety corridor, pull-out zones, streetlights, and all necessary safety needs of the highway improvement projects is attached as Exhibit F. H, the Navajo Minerals Department has assessed consideration for the temporary construction easement for 1 year at $1,313.10. The November 7, 2024 memorandum from the Navajo Minerals Department is attached as Exhibit G. L or I, the New Mexico Department of Transportation is requesting a waiver of bond insurance or other security, waiver of valuation and grant of easement for the lifetime of the US Highway 64 as stated in Exhibit C. J, 25 CFR Section 169.110 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for the right-of-way over or across tribal land. It states a right-of-way over or across tribal land may allow for any payment amount negotiated by the tribe, and we will defer to the tribe and not require a valuation if the tribe submits a tribal authorization of expressly stating that it one, has agreed upon compensation satisfactory to the tribe. 2, waives valuation, and 3, has determined that accepting such agreed upon compensation or waiving valuation is in its best interest. B, the tribe may request in writing that we determine fair market value, in which case we will use the valuation in accordance with Section 169.114. After providing the tribe with a fair market value, we will defer to the tribe's decision to allow for any compensation negotiated by the tribe. See if the conditions in paragraph A or B of this section are not met, we will require that the grantee pay fair market value based on evaluation in accordance with Section 169.114, page 25 CFR 169.103 addresses bond, insurance, or alternative forms of security. It states, A, you must include payment of bonds, insurance, or alternative forms of security with your application for right-of-way and amounts that cover, one, the highest annual rental specified in the grant unless compensation is a one-time payment. Two, the estimated damages resulting from the construction of any permanent improvements. Three, the estimated damages and remediation costs from any potential release of contaminants, explosives, hazardous materials, or waste. Four, the operation and maintenance charges for any land located within an irrigation project. Five, the restoration of the premises to their condition at the start of the right of way or reclamation to some other specified conditions if agreed to by the landowners. F, anyway, we may waive the requirements for bond, insurance, or alternative form of security fee for private land, referring to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination that a waiver of a bond, insurance, or alternative form of security is in the best interest. L 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how long the duration of the granted right of way may be. It states, A, all rights of way granted under this part are limited to the time period stated in the grant. B, for tribal land, we will defer to the tribe's determination that the right of way permit use and executive official review document number 023517 is attached as exhibit H. Section 3, approval. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Nation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as exhibit A for the purposes of temporary construction easement for NDOT US 64 CN 51000821 milepost 20.6 to 22 that services Shiprock on Navajo Nation trust lands and Shiprock chapter Navajo Nation San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in maps attached as exhibit B. E, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right of way and determine that accepting the grants agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in its best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR 169.1. And 10C, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorizes the president of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. So all of the attached exhibits are there. There are no comments from the internet public review.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nakai. So with that, colleagues, legislation 0063-25, I'd like to get a motion.
Motion.
Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Speaker So, thank you, gentlemen. So with that, colleagues, again, for this particular legislation, since this is a temporary construction easement request by New Mexico DOT for the US 64, there are some amendments as well. So just wanted to put that out for you colleagues, but do we have any questions? Vice Chair? Do you want to give time for them just to explain real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and yield the time over to Chair Karati and your agent for legislation 0063.
Appreciate it, thank you. Colleagues, I just appreciate your patience. I do believe that Navajo Nation, we should re-examine the right-of-way process. And looking at, these are just like mile by mile, and we could see just how slow, this can be. And I did ask my agent in the Department of Transportation if this is just a requirement on Navajo Nation and anywhere else, and it appears to be like a Navajo Nation unique issue. So, however, we could support as a council to work on some right-of-way reform. I know that was part of our conversation with former BIA superintendent, right when COVID happened. And so I hope to work with Ms. Shirley and her team and the committee on, seeing if we need either, congressional changes or if it's navigation policies and procedures. But I just wanna, the difference in this packet, colleagues, so I wanna just read from, the Department of Interior. Looking for the citation, exhibit. Well, it's July 16th, 2024. And what it does is it gives you an idea of the area that we're talking about. I believe it's under exhibit, it might be under exhibit E. And so, this just says, so we all know the location. This is the beginning of the project is located at milepost 20.6 and end of the project milepost 22. So this is, just over these 1.4 miles we're discussing. The proposed project, the control number is 51-00821 would modify the existing roadway to include one 11-foot driving lane and a 5-foot bicycle lane in each direction, a 14-foot two-way left turn lane in the center of the road, and a sidewalk, curb, and gutter on the eastbound side only. In addition, the speed limit on the single school zone would be reduced to 15 miles per hour. The current US 64 roadway occurs within the existing right-of-way easement on the Navajo Nation trust lands to accommodate the proposed improvements. Additional permanent and temporary right-of-way easements will be requested from the Navajo Nation, which is this legislation, requiring authorizations and NEPA documentation from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So the purpose of the project is to improve safety, bicycle pedestrian access, and drainage, as well as to address physical deficiencies and traffic congestion along US 64. The need for this project is due to safety, access, and mobility deficiencies, along with frequent traffic congestion. Along the stretch of highway, there are 4 schools, including Career Prep High School, Shiprock High School, Eva B. Stokely Elementary School, and Dennett College, and other facilities, including the Performing Arts Centers, Shiprock Pool, and the Child Care Center. These facilities draw large amounts of pedestrians and vehicular traffic to the area. So colleagues, just to give you another example of why it's a critical project, and understanding that this is the request for the temporary easement. Chair, I'll yield the floor back to my colleagues if there's any questions in terms of the amendment or any other technical questions that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Karati. So with that, colleagues, with the presentation on legislation 63-25, again, is just requesting for temporary construction easement, as it was stated here, that this is a high volume road usage. And again, it is for the safety of pedestrians that are within the proximity of the 4 schools that was mentioned. And not to mention, we have our regular constituents that may utilize the route as well. So with that, colleagues, we do have amendments that are also requested for this particular legislation, as a consultation has already been conducted with New Mexico DOT and our legal counsel here, Ms. Khan. So with that, there were some attachments or handouts that Ms. Khan had gave to us. So if any of my colleagues would motion to add those amendments as well. Speaker So?
Yes, thank you. Just want to highlight this comment. And what Honorable Crowley has alluded to is that at some point, we really need to go back and look at our policies. And that's what I've been saying, even with use of the committee, Indian country is governed by federal policy, called CFR, and that's what governs Indian country. That's the reason why you go to any Indian reservation across the United States. That's the way it is. Because of the CFR. A lot of this, the code of, the 25 code of federal regulation requires Congress to change. And I really have not seen our administration since I was on Massac, and even Honorable County coming into council, our departments, whether it's NDOT, whether it's DNR, whether it's public safety, that is governed by that follow the code of federal regulation as general policy, These programs has not engaged to get these federal regulations, changed. Just like NAFTA here. They're following some sort of federal regulation and we can't do this, we can't do this. It's all you hear in the tribal administration. Why is it we can't? You know, because programs are not looking at the CFRs, finding that source, what is the bottleneck in the federal government? Where is it that we change these things? I have not heard any, former, I guess administrations make that commitment. Because if we could change a lot of, get Congress to change or have a technical amendment done with the CFRs at the federal level, that would really highlight a lot of the, issues that we're having here. Because when we look to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they're there and say, no, we can't. That's all they said. But, you know, we have some decent authorities that we have at this time. But at time, the Bureau of Indian Affairs will come back and say, you can't do that. You're outside the parameter of what was agreed to. We are in a, how can I say, a disagreement on one issue pertaining to a leasing authority that has been granted to the Navajo Nation. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs comes and say, oh, you can't do that. So, that's what I'm getting to as a whole. I hope that, division directors and, department managers, I hope you're listening. Because these federal code of regulations dictate how the right-of-way process go or how service is provided to the Navajo people. If federal policy says you can't do this, but if we could find a way to work with the federal government to streamline these things and get the federal government to amend these things, you know, it would make Indian country a lot easier. This is not only happening here on Navajo. The right-of-way issues that happen with the smaller tribes, they're in the same boat. They have to ask the Bureau of Indian Affairs, can we do this? Either yay or nay, but most of the time it's a no. Because these federal code of federal regulations are set up to allow Indian country to fail. As an example, economic development. You go off the reservation, you can open up a business within a couple of weeks. Go to Farmington, lease an area, open up business. But these code of federal regulations, you have to jump through hoops in order to get a lease, in order to get a loan. They don't even want to give Indian people loans to start businesses on the reservation, just due to the land status. These federal code of regulations are failures, codes that are set up that is a failure to Indian country. That's the reason why you're going through this, but we're navigating through this. But at some point, we have to start looking at that, the amendments to the code of federal regulations so that we can untie a lot of these things. So, you know, it's really disheartening to that it's not allowing businesses to come in. Just a dual tax, we have the dual taxation people on Navajo. Why is it that we have to pay the companies that come onto Navajo, do business here and provide economic development, have to pay additional taxes to the state of, the federal government? Why can't we weed out the states and have those taxes paid to the Navajo Nation? Those are the things that we deal with every day. And we get beat up for it. Why is it this? Why is it that? You know, as legislature, I would say that we only have two authorities: to legislate and to appropriate. I don't want to go into the division director or the program manager's duties. It's their job to find, hey, this is where the hiccups at. But these department managers and the division director are not providing these amendments. We have attorneys that is work that we employ with the Department of Justice. They're not getting this information to them where we could change these things. So we could have that direct dialogue with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I'm on my soapbox, so don't worry about that, but that's just how the code of federal regulation is set up to fail Indian country. So that's what we're going through, this is that system, and, Chair, Honorable Providence, right? We have to have the dialogue. I serve as the chairman for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And we are going through a process to change, to get technical amendment to the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. And that requires congressional approval. So we have that dialogue going on, that consultation going on. We have even to a point where the bill is already written. So, I mean, if we're doing it at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission level, our division directors, our managers should be able to crank those things out. But they're not, you know, because we have CFRs that governs grazing permits, farming permits, and so forth. And no division or the administration is not working on to try to get these amendments done at the federal level, because right now, you know, Navajo Nation grazing regulation is governed by, we have 4 grazing permits on the Navajo Nation. Set 4 set of rules that grazing we have policy. And there's no amendment to the 3 that has been in place for many years. Such as Big Navajo. That's the reason why there's a lot of grazing issues on Big Navajo. And then you have the grazing issue that's here to New Mexico, and then to MPL. So those are just examples that I see, and this is just me. I'm just one person from the Navajo Nation Council that's saying this, and for the Chair Prodi, same thing too. We need to change these policies and sit down with our forefathers, our trustees. And get them to listen to us, what's really going on Indian country. That's the reason why you're stepping through these hoops. And that's the reason why the public is saying, why this, why that? Because the federal government wants one time, that we'll get rid of them. So you have all these Indian policies that are set up to fail Indian country, and we're still here. We're still here. So that's this, so a little bit of my soapbox. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and motion to entertain the amendments. Pertaining to, what is required on this particular.
Okay. Akoshe, thank you, Speaker So colleagues, I do have a motion by Honorable Speaker to make the amendments to legislation 63-25 to remove waiver of consideration for the temporary construction easement of US 64. The other waiver amendment would be waiver of bond to 63-25. And then also to the same legislation to approve the duration of the temporary construction easement for New Mexico DOT US 64. So Ms. Nakai, if you can read the amendments into the record, please.
Okay, amendment 1 to legislation number 0063-25 to remove waiver of consideration NN.TCE US 64 milepost 2026 to 22. 1, replace exhibit A terms and conditions with the corrected terms and conditions as the new exhibit A. 2, page 4, line 7, add a new paragraph in section 2 findings as follows. And this would read, new N underscored in resolution RDCS 4024 exhibit I, the Resources and Development Committee approved a waiver of consideration for right of way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, RDCS 4024 approved the waiver using the following language, quote. And this is new language, the Resources and Development Committee of the Nation Council hereby waives evaluation and consideration for the right of way. It has determined that waiving the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest of the Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR, Section 169.110. The Resources and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for this right of way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for their next 2 projects located on the Navajo Nation, emphasis added. 3, add exhibit I, resolution RDCS 4024, exhibits not included. 4, page 4, line 12, insert additional language as follows. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement agreements for the transportation subject to, but not limited to, the terms and conditions attached as exhibit A. Underscored language which shall include any adjustments to consideration approved in this resolution for the purposes of temporary construction easement for MDOT US 64 CN 5100821 milepost 20.6 to 22 that services Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navigation Trust Land and Shiprock Chapter Navigation, San Juan County, New Mexico. 5, page 4, lines 15 through 20, amend paragraph B as follows, and this language is overscripted. B, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right of way. It has determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in its best interest with of the navigation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110. And this is new language B. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves consideration of $1,313 for the temporary construction easement. 6, page 4, line 24, add section 4 as followed. Section 4, terms and conditions to include assessed consideration. This is all new language A. Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions shall include assessed consideration approved in this resolution. Going on to amendment legislation number 63, waiver of bond, NM TCE US 64 milepost 20.6 to 22. 1, page 4, lines 19, insert a new paragraph C in section 3, approval, amend as follows, new language. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives the requirement for a bond, insurance, or alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that constructing, operating, upgrading, and maintaining roadway along US Highway 64 CN 5/100/821 milepost 20.6 to 22 benefits the navigation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the navigation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. Going on to amendment language to approve the duration of PCE in US 64 milepost 20.6 to 22. 1, page 4, line 20, insert new paragraph C as follows. The new language. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the duration of the right of way to begin on the date the temporary construction easement is granted by the Secretary of the Interior and shall continue as long as the temporary construction easement is used by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for quote public highway activities, end quote. 2, page 4, line 12, insert additional language as follows. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as Exhibit A. Underscored language which shall include any adjustments to duration of the temporary construction easement approved in this resolution for purposes of temporary construction easement for US 64 CN 5100821 milepost 20.6 to 22 that services Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navigation Trust Lines and Shiprock Chapter Navigation, San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in Max as Exhibit B. 3, page 4, line 23, in section 4 as follows. New language, section 4, terms and conditions to the duration as approved in the resolution. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation hereby directs that the terms and conditions include the duration of the temporary construction easement as approved in this resolution. For renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall be inconsistent and will contain in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent of language. With notes to responses of the legislation hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So that's reading of the amendment 1.
Thank you, Ms. Knockey, for amendment number 1 to legislation 63-25. I do have a motion by Honorable Speaker. So may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, colleagues, the amendments were read into the record. Do we have any questions, to amendment number 1? Going once, going twice with, Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I need to make a clarify Exhibit A. Exhibit A is terms and conditions. In these particular terms and conditions, what is provided as the amendment is, the term would be, it says for 1 year. As you know, the terms and conditions are generated, are provided by the Minerals Department. And, our office depends on the expertise of the Minerals Department to provide the terms and conditions for any right of way or temporary construction easement. And it brought to my attention, that's for 1 year, and then on the amendment, you see, how much it is, what it is, valued at. It says 1 year, for $1,313, you see that. And, what I have learned, from, Mr. Macias is that it is wanted to have it rather than 1 year for 2 years. However, you also have the consideration of whether to make this for the lifetime of the highway. So we have a question of what is the duration and what is the compensation? Is the compensation going to be just for 1 year? Compensation just going to be for 2 years or for every year? If you're going to do it for the lifetime of the highway. I'm sorry if I'm not being very clear about it, but, the terms and conditions have it as 1 year and the duration is 1 year. And that's why when I wrote the amendment, I say that the terms and conditions will be changed so that it reflects that it's understood what you as the committee decide will be the term and what you as the committee decide to be the compensation. Because the terms and conditions, if you approve it, say 1 year term and 1 year amount. So you see the need for clarity, especially if you decide to make it for the duration of the highway.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. So, this is a temporary construction easement. I would think that it would phase out once the construction is in full execution, which we had approved already in 62-25. Is that accurate? Can we get a little bit clarification
Yes.
from Chair Karati and your agent, Ashonda?
Okay, I'll defer to the agent, because this is technical.
So the 63-25 is for the construction, the temporary construction easement. So we would need to have this approved for at least 2 years for the duration of construction only. The one that was just passed, the 62-25 was for the right of way of the same section. For the duration of the.
Yeah, 20 years.
Okay,
So this is just the easement.
thank you for that clarification, Manuel, and so colleagues, Kodon Hi Ke Lena Kinai. So the amendment that was read into the record to remove the waiver of consideration as per Exhibit A that's attached in regards to the terms and condition does only state 1 year for the TCE. Kodo 2 years in Hiokade. If we were to make that amendment, would we have to get concurrence by the motioning and the seconding party, Ms. Bushy? So with that, colleagues, Speaker So?
I don't want to muddy up things, but
I know.
we have a process that's in place and a document that's attached to this by Minerals says 1 year, their assessment is only for 1 year. And I know we can go ahead and move to just overlook it and take out 1 year and put 2 in there, but, you know, and again, we have a travel process. If state knew that they needed more, why is it that they did not? You didn't say from the beginning, we're putting out the application here, hey, this document that we're on appendix A, that, this is 1 year. You know, this should be right away, the duration of the construction or whatever language or to should have been, conveyed to her. Our individual that's charged to review this, she did her due diligence for 1 year. And I'm hoping that a lot of this, I'm trying to work with you, and I really hope that the state of New Mexico starts to really work with us on right-of-way issues like that. And say, give us a leniency, and I guarantee you, if this was the other way around, if I was at the state of New Mexico, they'd do this, throw this back to me and say, hey, refill it out. Go back through the process. So I'm willing to overlook it, and I put in the 2 years to make things
2 years
easier.
and.
But I
times
think
2.
moving forward, I think these thoughts of, timelines should be really considered when you guys fill out permits, because again, you have engineers on this. Engineers are good at numbers and timeline on construction. If they have, when they have monies and things like that. But if you give it to a person that has a, management degree or a BS degree, they don't have no, information on timeline. But engineers should be able to give you how much it costs, if some would cost, and how long it's gonna take. If all the resources are there. But as I'm looking at this, it's 1 year. And that's where I'm coming from. It says, the term of temporary construction easement shall be for 1 year. So somebody put in 1 year. And, this should have already been thought, that, hey, is 1 year enough time from this granted to us? Can we do it in a year? But if you guys can do it in 2 years, I'm okay with this, and I can amend that, agree for that modification to be 2 years.
Shouldn't concur, Fukushi. One other area that I want to bring up, Shinatani no Tleningi, with the term and conditions that are here before us as Exhibit A. It does state that 1 year was assessed at 1313. That's times 2, okay, which will be $2,626. If you concur, motioning party.
Concur.
Fukushi. So with that, to Chair Karati and also Manuel, the requests here, motioning party, Speaker So did concur to allow the 1 year to 2 years on the temporary construction easement terms and condition. And then also item 2 is the assessed fee that was at 1,313 to multiply that by 2 years, which would be now $2,626. So that's what the motioning party is concurring with. Okay, so seconding party, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, do you concur? Fukushi. So with that, we would need to reread the amendment for the waiver of consideration back into the record. Ms. Nakai making those changes.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Khan?
just sent an email with where I think that change could go. You will see it's highlighted in yellow. You should be able to see it highlighted in yellow. And so it's right here, number 5. Do you see number 5 in what I email to you. And it says, B, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves consideration of funding per year. I could say per 2 years. You see the highlighted.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
You see, that's what I, just adding that yellow cookie, what you,
So does she need to reread the full amendment into the record?
maybe just that paragraph.
Okay.
There. See where the yellow is, Peggy?
Yeah.
And the 5, page 4, and then, consideration of blank per.
Year,
And you could go ahead and put in the amount per year.
which will be the 1,013, 313.
um,
Okay,
Per year.
Okay.
For 2 years.
okay, for
You
2
could also
years.
put that for 2 years,
Okay,
So for you, put the 2 years.
right after.
so $1,313
Per year.
per year for 2 years. That's what you're going to use as, that's gonna be the underlying adding language, okay? So, Ms. Naka, if you could please read the amended, information into the record to remove waiver for the waiver of consideration, amendment.
Okay, this is part of the amendment 1 for 0063-25. Go down to the page, on the first page of that reading for page 5. Page 4, line 16 through 20, and that language is deleted, so that new B would read, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves consideration of $1,313 per year for 2 years for the temporary construction easement. That's how it would read.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nakai, and thank you, Ms. Khan, for your assistance. So with that, colleagues, we do have concurrence by the motioning and seconding party to amendment number 1 to change that language to $1,313 per year for 2 years, as it was requested by New Mexico Department of Transportation for a 2 years temporary construction easement. Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, when I was, writing the amendments, I looked at the application, from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, Exhibit C. And Exhibit C, on the backside of Exhibit C, the request was made for this easement to be, for the lifetime of the highway. And that's why I had given you also the language for the lifetime of the highway. But as I'm hearing the discussion, the temporary construction easement would be for 2 years. So that being the case, I would ask for, the removal that we, of that last, the last page, of the amendment that I sent you with regard to the duration of the easement. That last page of the amendments that I sent you.
So it is the amendment to approve the duration of the temporary construction easement, New Mexico DOT US 64. Since we had agreed to 2 years with a increased amount, colleagues, which was concurred by motioning seconding party. So to the motioning and seconding party, we would have to delete this amendment, Shiaj, which is approve the duration, because we came up with the 2 years, not the duration of the construction as requested. Seconding party. Okay, so with that, we will strike out amendment to approve the duration of the temporary construction easement, New Mexico DOT US 64 milepost 20.6 to 22 out of the amendment. So the amendment is only going to consist to legislation 63-25 to remove waiver of consideration and also the waiver of bond colleagues. So with that, do we have any other questions on amendment number 1, colleagues? Going once, going twice, So with that, I do have a motion and a second. I'd like to go ahead and take amendment number 1 to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting on amendment number 1. Now going back to main motion on legislation 63-25. Do we have any other questions or comments, colleagues? Going once, going twice. With that, I'm gonna take it to roll call vote for main motion on legislation 63-25. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. Motion carries and approving legislation 0063-25, colleagues, with amendments. So with that, Shadeja, how do you want to do this? I understand, lunch is ready. And it is 12:47. And I know that you have Chair Nez as your co-sponsor. I know you needed to be somewhere. I had requested colleagues if we can take a 30 minutes break for lunch and reconvene. So, if you're up for it.
Yeah.
Hakushi?
And then, Chair, I just wanted to, for clarification, I appreciate the committee, well, there's a response to Chair, Ottoso's or Speaker Ottoso's Exhibit C is actually the request from New Mexico Department of Transportation. If I could get clarification, who develops Exhibit A? That's the challenge, and that's not a New Mexico Department of Transportation document. I don't know if Ms. Khan knows who develops Exhibit A, but we would need to talk to them about, they should identify for the committee why they're only recommending 1 year when the grantee is asking for,
2 years.
actually was the lifetime. So I don't know if we have to come back to the committee, that's gonna be the only challenge. If it's not completed in 2 years, because these road construction projects take a while, but we'll try our best to do it in 2 years.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Chair. So, Ms. Khan, if you have response, but just real quickly, there was a similar, scenario like this. And I know that General Land Development Department and, Navajo Nation Department of Justice with, Minerals Department had to sit back down and reassess the terms and conditions of such a document. So, Ms. Khan, I don't know if that's your, same understanding of these departments to come up with these terms and conditions.
That's correct. That's my understanding. Of course, it's all happening on the executive side, and they have their particular functions. General Land Development Department, Land Department, Department of Justice, Minerals, they all work together on the terms and conditions. And just for your information, on the next segment, the temporary construction easement terms and conditions is for 2 years. I'm not privy to how their discussion goes on that side. And I just know the next one is for 2 years.
So Chair, my recommendation to the committee is then DOJ should be on the line to provide you those answers, or someone from GLAD. We try to do our best as delegates.
Hello, this is Veronica Blackhat from DOJ. Can I speak to this?
Yes,
Sure.
If you could have spoke earlier, would have been great. Thank you.
Sure. Veronica, you do have the floor.
So, I mean, temporary construction easements are specifically that, they're temporary. And when these go through the process, the departments base the terms and conditions based on the documents that are submitted. And in looking at the documents that were submitted for this particular legislation, there was no indication as to the duration. So I don't know how Minerals came up with that, but just to clarify, there was no information in the document submitted indicating that a 2-year term was necessary. What I have seen in other requests for rights-of-way is in the cover letter to include that information, and that's really helpful for the program so they know what they're dealing with and what they need to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackhat. So, I guess going forward, this would have to require another sit down, and I don't know if it's just gonna be making an amendment to this legislation, but if we can just, take the lead in that discussion with Chair Karati and also her agent from New Mexico Department of Transportation and rectify this, issue. But right now, just for your information, Ms. Blackhat, RDC did approve for 2 years as requested by New Mexico DOT. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. And thank you for your response and clarification.
Here.
Speaker So?
Yeah, I think, an issue of communication, whether, Department of Justice received the documents and trying to figure out, timelines and things like that, but a lot of the issue pertaining to the process that internal, the Navajo Nation, somebody needs to be making these phone calls, whether it's Glad Department or whomever, because when it gets to the committee level, it's it's muddy right now, and these things should have been clarified by our managers, our program. And so other things that you need to get. We pay them a lot of money, and now things like this, they're all money here at the committee level, and when you look at it. This is not all in order. And that's the reason why a lot of these amendments happen at the committee level. Ako pinanishita for the committee, the delegates, a lot of these things, these due diligence should have been taken care of at the program level. We don't care what the Department of Justice or tribal program says to me, but this is your duty, this is your responsibility. But this is just coming from me, no other delegate, but this is just my thought, but things should be in order. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Speaker. So what I'll do is, I'll work with Mrs. Khan, in a directive in regard to the terms and conditions for future TCEs and right-of-ways, that all the departments need to be collaborating, and we can read that directive memorandum into the records to the departments of GLAD, NDOT, Land Department, Minerals, and, Navajo Nation Department of Justice, because again, when it comes to the committee, these types of agreements should have already been discussed, and committee should just be taking action on these when it comes before us. So I do hear you as my colleagues, and we'll go ahead and work on that particular memorandum. So with that, colleagues, lunch again is ready. That has been provided by NAPI. So I would like to request, is 30 minutes good enough for us to eat? Okay. So we will go ahead and recess at 12:55 p.m. and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. So, if we can just put that on the screen, and we'll go ahead and continue the remaining two legislations, Chair, and then also to, New Mexico Department of Transportation, and thank you for understanding. So I believe lunch is in the conference room. Okay.
And Chair, with that directive, since we're in budget season, I request that the committee also create a legislative concern for those
Yeah.
executive programs. And if this is, it sounds like it's systemic, we could also develop a condition of appropriation for all of those individuals who are involved.
Okay,
Because it really does impact how we move projects along, so.
yeah.
I appreciate the committee and your expertise on this, thank you.
Fubushi, thank you for that, recommendation, Chair. So we'll definitely get that going, and, budget season is coming about here the month of June, so I definitely have that noted. So with that, we'll reconvene at 1:30.
For the other upcoming, do we need to
continue further down on the agenda. We're still on item number 6, new business. Legislation 0064-25. We do have co-sponsor, is Amber still here? Okay. So colleagues, again, just like the previous two legislation, there is also an amendment for this legislation as well. So, I guess once, do you want to go ahead and just take a seat up there, Chair Nance? Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. So with that, Mona, you want to read the legislation into the record?
Sure.
0064-25. If we can read the legislation into the record.
No.
Okay. Here's tracking number 0064-25 relating to Resources and Development Committee. Approving a temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation for the purpose of temporary construction easement for New Mexico DOT US 64, Nautilus 8.1 through 13.8, located on Navigation Trust Funds, Block 12 Chapter, Navigation San Juan, County, New Mexico, being acted Section 1, authorities such pursuant to TNC Section 500B2, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council has the authority to grant final approval for all land draws, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easement, and bonding requirements on the navigation lands and unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, leasehold, encumbrances, transfer renewals, and terminations. Section 2 findings. A, the New Mexico Department of Transportation has submitted a request for approval of a temporary construction easement for the purposes of a temporary construction easement for New Mexico DOT US 64 milepost 8.1 to 13.8. The services for Papator Chapter New Mexico be determined the condition is attached as exhibit A. C, the proposed right-of-way map is attached as exhibit B. The application is attached as exhibit C. E, the temporary construction permit agreement is attached as exhibit D. F, the services including individual land uses. Grazing committee recommendation, biological resources, compliance form, abbreviated environmental assessment, finding of no significant impact and environmental compliance determination are attached as exhibit E. Three, Papator Chapter resolution number BECL 21-02-25. Reaffirming support of the state of New Mexico, San Juan County, federal and the Coalition Department of Transportation entities to continue in partnership to develop and seek grant funding for improving of New Mexico Highway 64, New Mexico, Arizona state line. Shiprock for highway reconstruction, replacement of bridges, guardrails, repair of right-of-way, fencing, signage, turnout for school buses, safety photo outgoings, streetlights, and all necessary safety needs of the highway improvement projects is attached as exhibit F. The New Mexico Department of Transportation is requesting a waiver of bond, insurance or other security, waiver of valuation and grant of easement for the lifetime of the US 64 as stated in exhibit C. I 24 CFR section 169 about 110 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for a right of way over or across tribal land. It states A, the right of way over or across tribal land may allow for any payment amount negotiated by the tribe, and we will refer to the tribe and not require evaluation if the tribe submits a tribal authorization expressly stating that one has agreed upon compensation satisfactory to the tribe. Two ways valuation, and three has determined that accepting such agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in best interest. Page 3, B, the tribe requests in writing that they determine fair market value in both cases will use as valuation in accordance with section 169.114. After providing the tribe with the fair market value, we will refer to the tribe's decision to allow for any compensation negotiated by the tribe. C, if the conditions in paragraph A or B of this section are not met, we will require that the grantee pays for fair market value based on valuation in accordance with section 169.114. J, 25 CFR section 169.103, address bond insurance or alternative forms of security. It states, A, you must include payment of bonds, insurance, or alternative form of security with the application for a right of way and amounts that cover. One, the highest annual rental specified in the grant unless compensation is a one-time payment. Two, the estimated damages resulting from the construction of any permanent improvements. Three, the estimated damages and remediation costs for any potential release of contaminants, explosive, hazardous material, or waste. Four, the operation and maintenance charges for any land located within an irrigation project. Five, the restoration of the premises to their condition at the start of the right of way, a reclamation to some other specified condition as agreed to by the landowner. F, we may waive the requirement for a bond, insurance, or alternative form of security. Two, for tribal land, referring to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination that a waiver of a bond, insurance, or alternative form of security is in its best interest. K, 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how long the duration of the grant of right of way may be. It states, A, all right of ways granted under this part are limited to the time period stated in the grant. B, page 404. B, the tribal land, we will refer to the tribe's determination that the right of way term is reasonable. L, executive official document number 024278 is attached as exhibit G, section 3, approval. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves a temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as exhibit A, for the purposes of temporary construction easement within New Mexico DOT US 64, milepost 8.1 through 13.8, Act services, Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navigation Trust Land and Shiprock chapter, Navigation San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in maps attached as exhibit B. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for right of way. It has determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation or waiving valuation in its best interest of the navigation pursuant to Title 25 CFR section 169.110. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby authorizes the President and Navigation to execute any and all documents that affect the intent and the purpose of the resolution. Attaching exhibit A. Exhibit B. Exhibit C, transportation. Department of Transportation, exhibit B. Exhibit E is memorandum dated October 9, 2024.
Chapter resolution.
With a chapter resolution. And then the memorandum from personal principal attorney dated April 22nd. And the legislative branch internet public review publication and the legislative branch internet public review summary. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ramona. So with that, colleagues, may I get a motion for legislation 64-25? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second? Second. Speaker So, thank you, colleagues. Do we have any questions? And again, colleagues, just as I had stated earlier, this legislation also requires an amendment of the same areas, which is the remove, waiver of consideration. We also have, to approve the duration of the temporary construction easement again, and also for a request for a waiver of bond. And this is on US Highway 64 milepost 8.1 to 13.8 milepost. So so any questions, colleagues? So maybe I can go ahead and just defer this real quickly to our presenters, because we do have I'd like to get an amendment later, so if you could just to co-sponsor Chair Nez and to your agent, just to give us a little quick synopsis of this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that introduction to the legislation there. You summarized what was read by our staff, so. It's no, yeah, it's not on this. But, as always, you know, we have 4 legislations, before us just today, and 2 of them, you know, and how to maneuver through these to get these roads improved for our people. And that really is the intent. Because then you about it, and you team because that the Japanese stuff along by Chileans that case of West under the world. So and a lot of tourists use this road as well. So this legislation here 0064-25 is approving the temporary construction easement for the purpose of New Mexico DOT Highway 64 mile marker 8.1 to 13.8. Leve clavicle their service area kilo Aquanon Michigan team into that initial lid. So with that, I'll give a little bit of time to Mr. Mayesis to add to the presentation.
Thank you. So yeah, this is just a continuation of the improvements that we are doing on US 64. And I think right now, we are working on a couple of bridges, and so this is the roadway sections.
Back to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, co-sponsor Chair Nez, and also to your agent. So colleagues, just for your information, this TCE is for 2 years, 4,566.82 is what's being requested. So I would need a motion in a second to add these amendments as well to this legislation, colleagues. Okay, I do have a motion. Can you state a motion with the amendments? Sure.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll go to make the amendment for legislation 064-25 to waive, to remove waiver of consideration.
Okay, and what about approve the duration of the TCE and the waiver of bond?
Yes.
So with that, colleagues, I do have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson as amendment number 1 to legislation 0064-25. And it is to remove waiver of consideration, also waiver of bond, and then to approve the duration of a temporary construction easement as stated per milepost 8.1 to 13.8. So at this time, Ms. Nakai, could you please read the amendments into the record?
Yes, Chair. Members of the Resources and Development Committee, this is Amendment 1 to legislation 0064-25 to remove waiver of consideration in MDOT TCE US 64 milepost 8.1 through 13.8. Page 4, line 3, add a new paragraph M in section 2 findings as follows. This is new language. And the Navajo Minerals Department has assessed consideration for the temporary construction easement for 2 years at $4,566.82. The memorandum from the Navajo Minerals Department is attached as Exhibit H2. At Exhibit H, the memorandum from the Navajo Minerals Department. 3, page 4, line 7, add a new paragraph M in section 2 findings as follows. New language N in resolution RDCS 40-24 attached as Exhibit 1, the Resources and Development Committee approved the waiver of consideration for right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation. RDCS 40-24 approved the waiver using the following language, quote, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right of way. And that waiving the agreed upon compensation, waiving valuation is in the best interest of the navigation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.10. The Resources and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for this right of way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for the next two projects located on the Navajo Nation Interstate added. Or add Exhibit I, Resolution RDC CS 4024, exhibits not included. 5, page 4, line 5, insert additional language as follows. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement in the New Mexico Department of Transportation subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as Exhibit A, unexplored language which shall include any adjustments to consideration approved in this resolution. For purposes of temporary construction easement for NM US 64 milepost 8.1 through 13.8, the Clabato chapter. Overstricken is that services Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation trust lands, and Shiprock is overstricken. The Clabato is underscored chapter Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico, and described as attached as Exhibit B. This is the waiver of the bond language. 1, page 4, line 16, and certainly paragraph C, section 3 approved, and then as follows, new language C. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives the requirement of a bond insurance or alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that constructing, operating, upgrading, and maintaining roadway along US Highway 64.
Ms. Naka, you didn't read the second page of the removed waiver of consideration.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So it should be number 6.
Okay, so the second page is, it's not numbered, but 6, page 4, line 16 through 19, amend paragraph B as follows. Overstricken language is B, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives evaluation and consideration for the right of way has been determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation and waiving evaluation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110. New language B, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves consideration of $4,566.82 for the temporary construction easement. 7, page 4, line 23, and section 4 as follows, new language, section 4, terms and conditions to include assessed consideration. 3, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions shall include assessed consideration included in this resolution. So going on to, let's see. Everybody, it's on the bond?
No,
Favor of the bond?
no, just
Okay.
restart it.
Favor of the bond on page 4, line 16, insert a new paragraph C in section 3 approvals. And then it follows new language C. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives the requirement for a bond insurance or alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that constructing, operating, upgrading, and maintaining roadway along US Highway 64 milepost 8.1 to 13.8 benefits the Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. And then going on to the duration of TCE, and this is new language. 1, page 4, line 16, insert a new paragraph C as follows. C, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the duration of the right of ways to begin on the date of the temporary construction easement is granted by the Secretary of the Interior and shall continue as long as the temporary construction easement is used by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for quote public highway activities end quote. 2, page 4, line 12, insert additional language as follows. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject to but not limited to terms and conditions attached as exhibit A, new language which shall include any adjustments to the duration of the temporary construction easement approved in this resolution for purposes of temporary construction easement for US 64 mile post 8.1 through 13.8, the Clavato chapter that services Shiprock, New Mexico. This overstripping located on Navigation Trust lands and overstripping Shiprock underscored Clavato chapter, Navigation San Juan County, New Mexico is described as as described in maps attached as exhibit B3, page 4, line 23 at section 4 as follows. New language, section 4, terms and conditions to duration. A, Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions include the duration of the temporary construction easement as approved in this resolution. 4, renumber or re-letters completing paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall proceed in the consistent language contained in the letter of the amendment. This shall be conformed to the intent of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to take necessary action.
Bushy? Thank you for that, Ms. Nakai. So again, I do have a motion by Vice Chair Johnson. I'd like to get a second on amendment number 1.
Second.
Honorable Shawna Clough, thank you. So with that, colleagues, do we have any questions on the amendments? Amendment number 1, which is to remove waiver of consideration, the waiver bond request, and also approve the duration of the temporary construction easement. Going once, going twice. With that, I'm going to take it to roll call vote for a number. Oh, Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, again, as with the other temporary construction easement, we decided in the other one not to make it for the lifetime of the highway project, the highway, but rather limit it to the terms that are listed in the terms and conditions, which is two years, which would mean that we would need to with regard to amendment to make it lifetime of the highway. Remember, terms and conditions say 2 years, so you have to make it run between 2 years or lifetime of the highway. And the previous terms and conditions, you decided to go with the 2 years and take off the lifetime or the duration of the lifetime of the highway. So in this one, both were read. And so we would need to make a decision whether to take off lifetime of the highway or go with the 2 years in terms and conditions.
Ngushi? Thank you, Ms. Khan. So colleagues, do we want to stay consistent and also allow 2 years again for this temporary construction easement? Okay, Speaker So?
I thought it says 2 years in there already.
Yeah, it already says 2 years.
What is this 2 years in the maintenance?
But if you put in the language having also to do with the duration, which was read to the record,
Okay.
you would need to take that part out. If you, because of the terms and conditions have 2 years. I wrote that amendment because the request in the documents, and last time it was Exhibit C, asked for lifetime of the highway. And that's the reason it is given to you as an amendment, and for you to make up your mind whether to go with that one or go with the 2 years in terms and conditions.
Okay, so as colleagues had stated, we prefer to stay with the 2 years. So where do we have to make those amendments? And okay, do you want to go ahead and read it into the record, Ms. Nakai?
For amendment 1, under the language that's provided under the waiver of considerations on the second page. Going up to page 4, line 16 through 19, amend paragraph B as follows. So the new paragraph B is the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves consideration of $4,566.82. And you would put for 2 years for the temporary construction easement.
And then you would take off the duration The one having to, the amendment having to do with the duration, you know, there's a lot of items.
Okay,
So you would strike through the
to approve the duration,
last
okay.
one.
So, colleagues, so motioning party to Honorable Vice Chair Johnson to add the language that Ms. Nakai had just read for 2-year duration, and also to, take out the duration of the TCE for US 160. Do you concur? Auto by seconding party, Honorable Claw?
Yes.
Viga, okay. So with that, I do have concurrence by motioning and seconding party to approve the duration of the TCE as it was stated to stay with the 2 years at the amount that was quoted by Minerals Department, which is $4,566.82. So with those amendments, we only have the remove waiver of consideration and waiver of bond as an amendment number 1, colleague. So we're going to strike over, approve the duration of the TCE. So with that, do we have any questions on that, colleagues? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll take amendment number 1 to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kason Johnson votes green.
Okay, Honorable Shanakla, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
News votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. So we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. So amendment number 1 passes. Going back to main motion on legislation 0064-25. Colleagues, do we have any additional questions or comments? Going once, going twice. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take the legislation to a roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kason Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna Nkwa, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
News votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, so with that, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting, motion carries on legislation 0064-25. Okay, going on to the last legislation, 006-5-25. Ms. Nakai, if you can please read the legislation into the record.
This is the Planning Committee Resolution, and Resources and Development Committee. Nomination last year 2025, introduced by Anderson Osborne. Party sponsored by Nez. Primary sponsor tracking number 005-25, an action relating to resources and development committee, including a right of way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation. For the purposes of construction operation maintenance for NN.US 64 NP 8.1 to 13.8 located on Navigation Trust lands in the Laboratory chapter. Navigation Federal County, New Mexico, Union Act, accepting authority to pursue section 500B2. Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council has the authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirements on navigation lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include subleases, assignments, leasework, or leasehold encumbrances, transfers, renewals, and terminations, section 2 findings. A, the New Mexico Department of Transportation has submitted a request for approval of a right-of-way for construction, operation, maintenance for NM.US 64 mile phase 8 to 13.8. B, the terms and conditions is attached as Exhibit A. C, the proposed right-of-way is attached as Exhibit C. D, the application is passed as Exhibit C. E, the clearances including individual landowners or users, raising committee recommendation biological resources, compliance form, environmental assessment, and other assessments are attached as Exhibit D. F, the Platteville Chapter Resolution B, L 2101. 25, the Platteville Chapter Resolution number BECL 1730, and Betty Annie Chapter Resolution GADTOK SY 2024-036 are attached as Exhibit E. The Navajo Minerals Department has assessed consideration for the temporary construction easement for 20 years at $124,117.80 to March 12, 2025 memorandum from the Navajo Minerals Department. These are attached as exhibit F. H, the minutes for Department of Transportation received requesting a waiver of bond insurance or other security waiver of valuation and guarantee easement for their lifetime. As stated in exhibit C. I 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for a right of way over or across private land. It states a right of way over or across private land may allow for an improvement amount negotiated by the tribe and not require valuation. If the tribe submits a tribal authorization or expressly stating that it one has agreed upon compensations that are satisfactory to the tribes, two waives valuation, and three has determined that a person such agreed upon compensation or waiving valuation is in its best interest. B, the tribe may request in writing that it determine fair market value in which case we will use evaluation in accordance to section 169.114. Providing the tribe with fair market value, we will defer to a tribe's decision to allow for any compensation negotiated by the tribe. C, if the conditions in paragraph A or B of this section are not met, we will require that the grantee pays fair market value based on evaluation in accordance with section 169.114. J, 25 CFR section 169.103, address bond insurance or alternative forms of security. It states A, you must include payment of bonds, insurance or alternative forms of security with your application for a right of way in amounts that cover one highest and annual rental specified in the grant unless compensation is a one-time payment. Two, the estimated damages resulting from the construction of any permanent improvements. Three, the estimated damages and remediation cost from any potential release of contaminants, explosives, hazardous waste, or material. Four, the operation and maintenance charges for any land located within an irrigation project. Five, the restoration of the permits of the condition to their condition at the start of the right of way or reclamation to other specified conditions agreed to by the landowners. F, we may waive the requirement for a bond insurance or alternative form of security. Two, the tribal land referring to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination that a waiver of the bond insurance or alternative form of security is in its best interest. K, 25 CFR section 169.110. This is how long the duration of a grant of right of way may be. It states only all rights of the granted under this part are limited to the time period stated in the grant. E, for the tribal land, we will defer to the tribe's determination that the right of way term is reasonable. L, executive official review document number 024277 is attached as exhibit G. Technically approval A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby approves the right of way to the next to the Department of Transportation subject to, but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as exhibit A for construction, operation, maintenance, or US 4 mile post 8.1 to 13.8 located on navigation cut plans of the Clavich chapter navigation San Juan meeting Mexico as described in maps attached as exhibit B. The Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council is hereby sets the consideration for this 20-year right of way length. C, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby authorizes the president of the navigation to execute any and all documents to effect the intended purpose of the commission. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are there. No comments from the public review document.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nalkai. So I'd like to get a motion for legislation 65-25. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, so thank you, or Honorable Claw? Okay, Honorable Claw, second. So, wait, let me do this. So colleagues, the economic There is, 3 attachments supposedly as an amendment, but I think that this committee has been very centric on allowing the 20-year term, Iggy. So we won't be, accompanying the, approved for duration, Iggy. When we're making this amendment, just to let you know. So because, Minerals Department had done their assessment for 20 years at $124,117.80. And this legislation does require an amendment. So do we have any questions at this time, colleagues? Or do you want to just propose, go straight to the amendment? Okay, Speaker So?
I would like to just go to the, straight to the amendment.
Madam
I'm
Chair.
afraid of,
Um,
20 minutes.
okay, so Speaker So, let me go ahead and give time here to co-sponsor and agent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, too. It seems like this is sort of our practice that we always introduce the legislation by the sponsor, so just in a nutshell, right away, and on that same location, the Clavato chapter service area. So this is all that is before you, and just for the record, just wanted to introduce that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Question? Daniel, did you want to add anything?
So this one is for the right of way, which is different than the temporary construction. But was that, okay. This one is.
Bajo Garcia, thank you, gentlemen, for expounding on legislation 65-25. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and yield time back over to Honorable Speaker So.
yeah, the number always tend to climb. Now we're waiving a total amount of about $100,000. And just for the record, you know, when things are thrown at council saying we don't do anything, these public projects such as this shows that we do things for our people, whether it's in Arizona, New Mexico, or Utah. These revenues that could be potentially made, could be utilized for direct services pertaining to, you know, agriculture, pertaining to other services such as senior citizen programs and so forth that requires direct servicing. So, you know, this is this one that I sort of feel really, just want to get on the record and have this information out because, you know, now it's $100,000 and over $100,000 and if this was to a person that had private land, they wouldn't do this. Even if it's outside, you go to Bloomfield, go along the road there, you have the private farms there, and the state wants additional lands and things at that point, improvement. They would make sure that they do get something off of their private land. So there's that is the reason why I'm at ease when, I mean, I don't sit too well with people waivers. But we have policies that are in place to make these assessments. We know it's for the improvement and betterment for the people in general who utilizes those roads. But at the end of the day, we do get, you know, bash words. And we do this, and we do that. But again, at this time, it's in the name of, you know, the additional safety and road improvement for the roads, the right of ways that have been given to New Mexico and this one particularly for another 20 years for another portion of Navajo Tribal Trust land taken the Navajo Tribal Trust portion of Navajo Tribal Trust land has been taken into perpetual right of way status for eternity, whether it's 20 years or for the length of the road. And so either this you know, the nation's position and leadership, you know, that these decisions that we make here, this is on our shoulders. We do want safe roads, we do want things to be done and maintained by the state of New Mexico as these right of ways are given. It's not something that we're doing with free land. To make sure you understand that. At the time, I think that when we report, we will have to look at how we move forward to try to do these things, but at the end of the day, this year, the revenue projections at 182 million for the Navajo Nation. We have bonds that are set to close soon. Our resources coming in. And we're trying to, and as I iterated on the chip rock portion aspect of the first legislation, we're charged to bring in revenues. And these are ways that the nation exercises our own right as a sovereign nation to get to bring in revenue. That's what the people charge us to do. So waiving things and things that really, to me, defeats the purpose. But at this time, pertaining to this right-of-way issue, it's in the name of people that travel that road. So this is one to put that on the record. And $100,000 could easily pay a person's salary for a year. Who is, you know, maybe like a janitor or something like that with its fringe benefits included. So these are potential revenues that could potentially create jobs or provide direct services. And we're waiting. So just so that we are aware of what we're doing. And I think we really have to come to some sort of future, I guess, indirect negotiation, so that, you know, we're at the middle. And then that way, you know, everybody is singing kumbaya at the end of the day. Right now, I'm not, because of these monies that could potentially bring jobs, that could potentially pay for direct services. I guarantee you, I get home, somebody is gonna say, how come you're not funding this from the senior citizen program? How come this is not funded? How come you're not taking care of it? How come you're not providing resources for more dollars for education? Things like this. This is the reason why I myself in leadership, I look at it at that point. So, but again, you know, this is what the state wants. And moving forward, I really want the state to really have a meaningful, you know, conversation with our NDOT so that we could continue to move and work together on road projects and even this area of information. So that, you know, we can have information on both ends and our DOTs working hand in hand so that we can provide direct services of some sort in the day. So that's just I'm not objecting to the legislation or anything. You know, it's an amendment and we had to do that on our 662. So maybe this is a time to tell all the people that are asking for right-of-ways, come to RDC, they're waiving right-of-way fees now. You know, I don't know. But at the end of the day, that's just my thought. I want to support this legislation. And thank you.
Yeah, so Speaker, so you did motion for an amendment. So I just need to clarify. Do you want to remove the waiver of consideration to get the right of way for 20 years at the 124,000 plus that was assessed by Minerals Department? Speaker, so?
No, I'll keep it the way we had it for, I think it's the same amendment for 62, correct? Well, that way we're not muddying in that. I just wanted to put that portion on the record. That one of these days, someone's gonna ask, how come you're doing this? You should not be funding this. And with waivers. But this is in the interest of the roads that are, under NDOT or, New Mexico Department of Transportation regarding, everyone using these roads. It is,
Kabushi? So, the amendments would be, and I need your concurrence, Speaker, so. There were some handouts that, legal counsel, Ms. Khan gave to us for legislation 65-25 is to remove waiver of consideration of right of way. Here, it's for 20 years at $124,117.80. The other one is the waiver of the bond that we've been doing, ASA. Concur, yeah, okay. So with that, can you please read, those amendments into the record, Ms. Sonkai?
Just the way they're.
Oh,
Okay.
got
Okay, amendment one to legislation 0065 to remove waiver of consideration right of way. And in US 64 mile post 8.1 through 13.8. Page 2, line 13 and 14 amendments follows. G, the department has assessed consideration for the overstricken as temporary construction easement underscored as right of way for 20 years. Having S at $124,117.80. The March 12, 2025 memorandum from the Minerals Department is attached as exhibit F. 2, page 3, line 1, add a paragraph M in section 2 findings as follows. And it reads M, new language and resolution RDC S 4024 attached as exhibit G. The Resources and Development Committee approved the waiver of consideration for right of way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation. RDCS 4024 approved the waiver using the following language, quote, the Resources and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right of way. It has determined that waiving the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest of the nomination pursuant to Title 25 CFR. Section 169-110, the Resources and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for this right of way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for the next two projects located on the navigation emphasis added. 3, add exhibit G resolution RDC S 4024 exhibits not included. 4, page 4, line 5, insert additional language as follows. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby approved a right of way to New Mexico Department of Transportation subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as exhibit A. New language shall include any adjustments to consideration approved in this resolution for construction operation maintenance for NM.US 64 mile posts 8.1 to 13.8 located on navigation trust lands and the Plattekill chapter navigation San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in maps attached as exhibit B. Page 4, lines 16 through 19, amend paragraph B as follows. Overstrike B, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives valuation and consideration for the right of way. It has determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation and waiving valuation is in the best interest of the navigation pursuant to Title 25 CFR section 169.110. New language A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby approves consideration of $124,117.80 for 20 years for the right of way. 6, page 4, line 23, add section 4 as follows. Section 4, this is new language, terms and conditions to include assessed consideration. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby directs that the terms and conditions shall include assessed consideration approved in this resolution. Amendment legislation for the waiver of the bond. 1, page 4, lines 11, insert a new paragraph C in section 3, approval, amend as follows. New language C, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navigation Council hereby waives the requirement for a bond insurance or alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that constructing, operating, upgrading, and maintaining highway or roadway along US Highway 64 milepost 8.1 to 13.8 benefits the Navajo Nation. And such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR. Section 169.103 F3, so that's the amendment, one.
Okay, so Ms. Khan, before I go forward, we don't need to read the approved duration of right of way into the record, do we? As an amendment?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Again, it is up to the committee whether they want a 20-year term or term for the lifetime of the home. And that would determine whether that particular language consents.
Okay, so again, listening to colleagues and the consistency, we'll go ahead and stick with the 20 years. 20 years, Iggy. So right away, okay. So with that, I do have a motion by Honorable Speaker. So I'd like to get a second on the amendment that was read, amendments that were read into the record. Honorable Claude, thank you. So at this time, on amendment number 1, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Honorable Claude.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then thank you again, this time, Shana Honorable Ricknez for being a co-sponsor. And then also to our agent here. I do have a question. Well, not necessarily a question, but more of a request. So since we do have these right-of-ways that are being approved for 20 years, my request is that we do need jobs across our Navajo Nation. And as I mentioned, my father was a civil engineer, so he worked on a lot of road projects with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And so my recommendation and request is to try to get a lot of our Navajo people to get out on the roads. And usually when I drive by, I always look at who's working on the roadways, and more than 80% are usually non-Navajo. So if we are to bring in contracts or waiving bonds for them, I think the reciprocal should be that they should employ Navajo people to work on these roads on our nation. And I feel that that helps stimulate the economy. It gives family resources to where they are the primary providers for their families. And then also our Navajo people know the terrain best. They know the soil, they know the runoff, they know the drainage, they know what kind of base is needed on the roads. So that would just be my request. As you've heard from Shitsui here, Honorable So, we talk about, you know, how much the nation is giving in partnership. And so my ask is that we really, you know, try to tell our contractors that we want Navajos first. We want them the priority in the workforce. We want them to be the lead. We want them to be filling those engineer positions, even, you know, doing the hot plant operation, all of that. So that would just be something that I would like to see, as we incorporate this amendment. So that's all I wanted to add. So it's not a question, but just a recommendation. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Fikoshi, I appreciate that, Honorable Claude, for stating your recommendation here to New Mexico Department of Transportation to employ more of our Diné people with any future road projects on Navajo Nation. And again, as stated, to create that partnership. So again, we would appreciate if New Mexico DOT would take that recommendation and consideration for workforce going into the future. So with that, any other comments, additional comments, colleagues? Going once, going twice, I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to co-sponsor and your agent, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. She made a statement to make a recommendation, but perhaps you could, as a committee, pretty much, do directive to New Mexico DOT. And just let them know to adhere to Navajo preference and employment. You know, that would, you know, that is a law on the Navajo Nation. So just a recommendation on that area there, so since it is a law. Thank you, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nez. So Ms. Khan, are we able to do a directive to New Mexico DOT regarding workforce, having our native people or Navajo people be more priority? Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the ability, the authority to give directives, each standing committee has that authority, but it is over those entities that come within the oversight of the committee. So in this particular situation, I would say I don't have oversight over the state of New Mexico. However, in the terms and conditions that is specifically listed, follow Navajo Nation law, and I'll read the terms and conditions portion with regard to Navajo Nation law. Let's see. These are standard terms and conditions, and they supposed to follow Navajo Nation law, and it's find the particular.
They have to follow it.
If Veronica, if you're on the phone, if you know the paragraph number, Department of Justice.
Chair Nez?
The reason that I brought this up was in my area, San Juan chapter community, there was an outside company, an oil company that came in and brought their own employees. Out of Tallahassee, we said you should adhere to Navajo Nation laws. And we reported at the time to Navajo Labor Relations Office. And they went over there, gave them a letter and the laws and told them you need to hire some Navajos to dog me. And that was a few years ago. So I don't know if Navajo Labor Relations Office is still in existence. But look, thank you.
Goshe, thank you for that point. I'd like to roll time back over to Ms. Khan because it is under the terms and conditions of the right of way. So Ms. Khan, number 4, letter C.
Exactly. The terms and conditions number 4, in all activities conducted by the grantee, that being the New Mexico Department of Transportation, within the Navajo Nation, the grantee shall abide by all laws and regulations of the Navajo Nation and of the United States now in force and effect, or as hereafter may come into effect and forth, including but not limited to B, all applicable federal Navajo Nation antiquities laws, and then C, the Navajo Preference and Employment Act. And the Navajo Business Opportunity. Those are provisions of the terms and conditions.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So with that, Manuel, you've heard the recommendation and some of the concerns by colleagues in regards to employment. And not only that, but the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act, which we call NABOA. I don't know if you are aware of this, but I don't know if you want to make a response in regards to the recommendations that were made.
Yeah, we are aware of it. We have had other projects in the area, and I think the 2 that are going on now as well, will be brought that up to the contractors as a notice to contractor, and we'll do the same with these projects as well.
Okay, well, we appreciate that, but as leadership, we probably need to go back and revisit with Navajo Labor Relations. I know some of these other tribes, they have what they call a tariff or tarot office, where these individuals actually go out to these job sites and ask how much of your workforce is, members of the tribe. And, this is an area that we probably most likely have to look into as well, so. But I do appreciate my colleagues bringing up this concern, because again, as it has always been brought up with a lot of other past and current projects that are going on here on Navajo Nation, so just be mindful of that, Manuel. And, again, it is in the terms condition, one of the recommendation was, if that clause can be written into the legislation, Ms. Khan, is it possible?
Madam Chair, the current legislation has, on the approval section, page 4. Section, approval, section 3, approval A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a right-of-way to New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as Exhibit A. So it's
in there.
it's in there by that reference to Exhibit A.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Khan. So with that, colleagues, Manuel?
Yes, I know that there have been some contractors that have brought back some concern about not getting enough responses when they go out for employment. I don't know if there's a way that we can get them to work with anybody that has an opportunity or a way to like spread the word when a job is in the area, so that the people know that there is a request for employment.
I know that oftentimes, colleagues, the requests usually, like for subcontractors, usually come to the chapters for local, to the chapters for local recruiting. If not, they would, spread the word to surrounding chapters for workforce for that. Or Navajo Times or via air, through the radio.
We'll put that in our notice, so they can go to the challenge.
Okay, Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment related to motion A, duration of Cogito 20 years.
The 20 years, you what?
20 years, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the duration, you get it of that because we're setting that 20 years right away with the 124,000.
Yeah, I just.
Speaker So?
To the, Navajo Employment Act. I think that's more not as the government to make sure that you abide by it. That's the employment, so that's it to the employer. Say, yes, I'm going to accept this contract with the state, I will abide the laws. Whether it's on Navajo jurisdiction or city jurisdiction or something like that. Your contractor should be able to abide by Navajo law willingly. Not to say, oh, no one's applying. That's for them as an excuse to say, okay, let's bring in another non-Navajo. There's a lot of Navajo citizens that work construction. That's just the way they were coming from the construction field myself. I see that. Not just to hire them as flaggers. Oh, let's just get a few to be flaggers and things like that and have them send them there. But actually, the operating the pavement, operating the equipment. It's at some point, instead of giving us the low end of the job, we want our citizens to be there and operate. I can learn how to pay these things. That's my thinking, because It is not, no, it is in the, application that's a, or part of Justice's, agreement. It is in there, that you will agree by level preference act. And I think as the state applying for right of way and going through the process here, I would suggest that you make sure that your contractor complies with it. Make sure you comply with it. And I think on our side, the Madam Chair, on that side is that I think we need to have Hess come out together with Health and Human Service and then education to actually put a percentage in there to identify what percentage workforce should be working there. You know, even like the truckers, the guys that are running the asphalt, we have Navajo truckers that can actually do that. Why can't they go in and do a subcontract with them? So they could run their trucks to the asphalt plant and bring the trucks in. When you look at a lot of the transport that are out there, they're all non-Navajos. And the resources, you know, they could help families. They're struggling out there, you know, and some of these families, that's all they know how to do, construction. That's their bread and butter. So that's for us to advocate on behalf of our Navajo workers there, and then also Navajo issues, trying to get them employment. Whether it's a short-term base, but that short-term base will provide something for the family, some stability, some, you know, then to say, we'll be okay. That way that father or mother don't have to leave the reservation for employment out of state. Currently, you look at the workforce, the industrial area, you have Navajos in every aspects of the world of construction. Whether it's ironworking, welders, some sort of union, they're working out. Backhoe operators, grader operators. You know, they're working. We do have the workforce, I always say. And if they don't know, teach them. Get them to teach them. And that's just the way I see, you know, myself coming off of construction field. And so, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So with that, amendment number 1, motion by Speaker So, second by Honorable Claw. The amendment was to remove waiver of consideration for right of way and a waiver of bonding. And we are considering right of way for 20 years at $124,117.80. So with that, the recommendation is to work with Hess committee to put a percentage with Navajo employment opportunity for our Navajo constituents at these jobs that are with companies that are coming onto the Navajo Nation. So that would be an email we can send out to Chair James and his committee in hopes that they can make these amendments to the current existing Navajo Nation Employment Opportunity Act. So with that, any other questions on amendment number 1, colleagues? Going once, going twice. So with that, I'd like to take amendment number 1 to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kaysel Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna and Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
I agree.
Thank you. So with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. Motion carries for amendment number 1, going back to main motion on legislation 0065-25. Do we have any additional comments or questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice. With that, take legislation 65-25 to vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kaysel Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna and Claw, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
I agree.
Thank you. So we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. So motion carries for legislation 65-25. And I just want to thank New Mexico Department of Transportation and the sponsor, Chair Crowdy, and also co-sponsor Chair Nez, for bringing these legislations here before the committee. And once we get the committee report, eventually it'll go to OPVP. And then from there, it would have to go to BIA, but we'll just, keep in the loop of when the timeline's going to be for these particular legislation asked are going to be approved by BIA. Wishing? Huh?
Who's the main motion?
You,
Second.
and then it was, Paul. Okay, so with that, we'll move on further on our agenda. I thank you, Manuel, for being here and safe travels back to your place of work. Number 7, received reports, letter A, Twelbach Council of Natani, update on an AIF project. Presenter, Mr. Chiliazzi, who's the director. If we can please have you come here before the committee to present your presentation. And we allow 20 minutes for the presentation. Mr. Yazzie, and that would be starting at 2:55 PM. Oh, okay, so let's go ahead and pause for just a little while. If we can assist him in plugging his PowerPoint. Do we have IT person here?
Try to be an IT person.
Okay, so. Yeah, do you want to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah,
Well, go ahead and take a 10 minutes break while they
thank
set
you.
up the PowerPoint, so we'll reconvene at 10 or 3:05. Walk it off. May 20th.
So I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Mr. Yazzie and your team for your presentation. For 20 minutes, starting at 3.
12.
3, look at 3:13.
Okay.
3:13 PM. Oh, she, no, J. And then Ramona, tell them to come back over there.
Okay, yeah. Madam Chair. Tonight, I look at, honest on the lady. Yeah, but not about. Staff, so, that is such a. don't have to do the, something, so. Yeah, we have to. I don't know, so I need to. Maybe you have, share into you know this. That, shipwreck in honey cut. Share you have, she instant. Oh, for it, you need to see that. Here, I need to see, cut she did us another. Aro, Kia, Kappa, shot, Shanada. Oh, I need to that's the state on it. Here, those, Koppa, no, Yahanan, on the oh, just to appreciate the opportunity here to come before this prestigious committee. Yeah, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. First, minus Delegate Simpson. Appreciate the time to be here on Nathan's grounds. Just to give you some background about who we are here first. We started organizing back in 2019, the winter of 2019. And we first formally organized under the state of New Mexico. At the time, our name was Shiprock Traditional Farmers Collective Cooperative, yeah. And we were there for not very long. In 2021, we decided to go incorporate under the Navajo Nation. So since September 21, we've been registered as a nonprofit under Navajo Nation, and glad to say that we just got a certificate of good standing here a few days ago. So COPA is the acronym for our full name. In Alliance, that's our full name. And the president of our COPA Council of Natani is Joanne, back there in the corner. She's the president. Otto, our vice president, Abdullah Sandoval. Otto, our secretary, Betsy Yazzie, she's not here. And then Mr. Wallace Buck Jr., he's our one of our Natani members. And then the other one we have is Harrison Yellowman, yeah. So we're proud to say, we always want to make a point of the fact that we are an indigenous woman-led grassroots organization. And we are very much a grassroots organization. We're not government sponsored or affiliated with any institution. Indeed. And I serve as director of the group. And Byron Nelson, the white cat, he's here with us. He pretty much supervises all of our development activity. We have a bookkeeper, Karina Clark. You know, and in that way, we count our resources as the fact that we, as the net farmers, we know how to plant. So it thousand. And here, the last 5 years since we've been organized, we have developed our capacity. We've been capacity building all this time, so up to this point, we understand and we know, and we've been doing our aggregation of produce. Of course, aggregation just means to bring produce together or anything. We know quality control. We are certified as food safety certified under New Mexico. We all have our certificates. So some of our produce does reach the school lunch tables, yeah. Senior citizen centers and restaurants. So our produce, our product is out there on the market. And we're networked. We're already networked regionally, locally, statewide. I always tell the people, even if we were to grow at the optimum level with the acreage that we had, we could not meet the demand. I say the name conduct is but we try to meet the demand, but we don't grow enough right now. Our market is established. We don't need to be looking for who's gonna buy our produce. And with the grants that we've had, we've accumulated some nice equipment and things to work with. But the mainstay of our resources, we look to the river, yeah, that's where we get our irrigation water. We have over 66,000 acre feet that's dedicated to our irrigation. From here down the hill, San Juan Check, all the way down to Cadena. And totally our acreage in those 6 community chapters is we have over 12,000 developed farmlands, yeah, acres. The sad thing of that is that we've been farming only 20% or less in the last few decades, yeah. So of the 12,000 acres that we brag about, 10,000 acres are just sitting idle. In Masido, Chinese trees, So we're in a great state of need in that regard, yeah. Oh, yeah, because, so the goal that we have, yeah, of course, we want to do our part to feed the people. You know, in our work, we find that, out of every 4 Indian children, not only here on the Nutcraft, every 4 Indian children across the land, one of them is gonna be hungry. So hunger and poverty are a reality in our Indian communities. In Boston. So we want to do what we can to meet the food insecurity condition of our people, of our indigenous people. And we want to carry on those traditions. We want to serve the purpose, the vision that they laid out for us. And yet, let's keep and lead so in us they need ya. And later, and then so question on they needs and added value product, then they each can understand, then you get it, out of it, young, art, even though they get it after the not busy, yeah. Yo, just not busy. But then also we have sort of quote, to cut me. Yeah, battles and then they clean, so it خاص أمريكي ناس كي كاتوتا أو ليه we want to honor their work, their tradition. On this year, modern agriculture. To improve the farming process. So in that regard, you know, there's we have a concern with our seeds, yeah. GMO, you know, fertilizer, we don't do any of that, any kind of chemical on our farmlands. And some of the work that we have in front of us right now, we're collaborating to revitalize those idle farms. We started that last year, and right now we're doing that in coordination with the San Juan River, the Netwater Users Association. The monies that we've been able to get as an organization, as TOPA, we work with water users. And this year to the tune of $200,000 that we gave them on the monies that we've secured. And they're working with farmers from Upper Fruiton all the way down to Gariaha. And the intent there is some trees are inundated with Chinese elm trees. We help them take all those trees out, yeah. And other impediments that basically block their ability to farm. So we want to help them get back to the point of where they're able to work the land and plant. We're not gonna do plowing or any of those things that should be their responsibility. So we we're helping them to get back to the point of where they can actually farm. So it's just judging from last year, yeah. Yo, ya, get understand, ya, as we son, Oshi dan na, it nas, the Kaya, Kada, is only dan na. You know, because of this and that, they're not able to. We're helping them do the revitalization of farming. Bringing economic security to these farmers. We're demonstrating that, yeah. A case in point is where you go to the flea market and you buy a 2.5 pound pork bag of mashjiji for $25. With the markets that we've established, we can sell that same bag for 40, let's see, show. 36, $45. That same bag of mashjiji that you can buy at the flea market for $25, we can sell that same bag for $45 to our buyers. So the reality of economic possibilities for the families, yeah. We're looking at 500 families from San Juan Checker all the way down. Actually, yes, we're actually helping them generate a new income. Then, of course, we're all together, we rally around the idea of preserving our water, protecting our water rights in India. And nobody knows better than you that we are not protecting our water if we don't use it. As your entry, that's how we hold on to our water rights. You know, that's what we want to do. That's what we're doing. And I covered some of these areas already. We talk about changing the food system, yeah. Hey, the Walmart, I have That's our food chain system now. Basha, yeah. And we talked to our farmers, we had a meeting last Wednesday with our farmers, you know, we're talking about 70 farmers that we're working with, yeah. And we tell them, Walmart, where does that ear of corn come from? Well, somewhere, maybe in Iowa or Kansas. Where does that head of lettuce come from? Southern California, yeah. All these melons that we buy down the road come from Mexico. And I'm sure Matthew knows the numbers that this is a crazy statistic. I don't know if there's concurrence from Matthew, but 90% of the food that we produce in the state goes out. 90% of the food that we consume in New Mexico is imported in. That doesn't make any sense. So we tell our farmers, where does it come from? What goes into the production of that tomato? Do we know what the process was in growing it? What was the production process? Yeah, we don't know what's in that tomato. We need to look at that. So in talking about making impact on the food chain system. Obviously, the foods that we grow, chemical free, are the best things that we can put in our bodies. So we look at our diabetes statistics, yeah. An interesting number I saw the other day is that 70% of the Navajo population is at risk. They have type 2 diabetes, they're on the verge of getting diabetes, et cetera, yeah. But yeah, that's not in that regard, so we want to provide that healthy food to our people. Then we talk about food sovereignty, yeah. You know, this always us or yeah. And our leadership from Winterloch and across our the Netsa, Navitea. You know, the idea of food sovereignty is sounds good. It's an attractive concept. But what does it mean? I always say to anybody who will listen, leadership included, that you have no business saying that you're sovereign unless you can feed yourself. That's where we are. That's what we are demonstrating. We want to be able to come to the point of where we are actually growing the food that our people are consuming. So, and I'll just skip over some of this stuff, but up to December, yeah, I mean, we work with
Mr. Yazzie,
several,
Mr. Yazzie,
yeah,
Nati Dahanjin Gojabiga Indla. Did you need an additional time of maybe 5 minutes?
I need 10 more minutes.
Colleagues. 5 minutes, Shauna? 5 minutes?
I'm good with 10.
10 is fine.
10?
Okay.
Okay.
8.
8,
So,
10.
yeah, thank you.
10 minutes did she, Mr. Yazzie?
All right, I'll pick it up. So we are ready to build on our farming dream. This is just one PowerPoint. This is the one that we come to you for today. We're developing a food processing center. A regional center that will bring all of our produce together and will market and distribute. You know, the kind of see out there, yeah. Why can't we do that? So it could so agencies, Manali rate equal by every skiing higher Winston. Although I covered this information already. You know that on us. They're COVID that area. We lost a lot of our market, our daily personal one-on-one market. So was all kind of even in when they're going to be the opinion. I remember one time where we worked with the community organizers over there. And we took 5 pickup trucks. In my shade, he has what used to be U-Haul truck, not on his side, yeah. Then this top ahead of this, then only my opinion, to let you in the army. We did that several times. We want to do that, to do those pop-up farmers markets in different locations, yeah. Shanto, Delcon, Eastern, wherever. Hey, what I have on there? Anyways, during COVID, she's on it, what, oh. She's still in, no, that needs, no. That's it, that you can't. All the way from Zuni, all the way to Taos. We serve 12 of the 19 peddlers. So that's just to say that, we are out there. So in it, under my buddy Rick Nez's leadership back in December 2022. Ita committee, resource committee, 200,000 pay a lot of state AIF money. Friday, yeah, it took us that long to get that money. And we met with President Boo on their office, so this 200,000 is going to, is budgeted out to get utilities, our fencing, shop building, our design and engineering to design our office and our big facility, our big plant. When we started working with Department of Ag, they told us, you use the 200,000, we'll go ahead and work on another 500 and and as far as we're concerned, we are going to hold the Navajo Nation to that commitment. This second allocation of AIF money, it will go to some of the spaces that we need, our office building, begin our big production center, our shop, seed bank. Last year, the Navajo Nation asked us for 77,000 pounds of nashiji. That's about 38 tons. There's no way we can meet that demand. But we intend to. We are going to build a large capacity nashiji processing facility. We envision silos and rooms this big and bigger filled with nashiji. D500,000. We're going to start working on that with Department of Ag and other executive staff. Even he got them check. Upon the go, we met previously with Delegate Nez and our own Shabbat delegate. And when we showed them our project, they said, Navajo Nation needs to come in with more investment. They said, there's more AIF money, there's CSN money, there's ARPA money, etc., etc. We said, okay, we'll take it. So we want to go after a funding from the Navajo Nation for our phase 3 development to the tune of $2 million. That will give us the complete build out of the facility that we want, that we envision. We are told that we are undercutting, we are underestimating the cost, the total cost. So we're working with New Mexico, Representative Lenti and Senator Shindo. They are co-chairs of a fund that will be able to match Navajo Nation's investment. So Finally, we want to come back to the Navajo Nation and for an additional 1.3 million. That will give us all of the equipment that we need. We need all kinds of equipment on the farms. And perhaps NAPI will consider partnering with us in some way in that regard. So our total, the total budget that we are looking for right now is $4 million. We're talking about, the way I talk about, say, we're stepping up to a formalized commercial level business, food production distribution business that will be able to operate on a large scale. Okay, we're talking with economic development, Navajo Economic Development, the Net Development Corporation, and programs like Change Lab out to the city to help us make that transition to become a real live business. All of the considerations that need to be made to do that, to make that step up. And we know that we need some serious technical assistance. In closing, the benefits that we are expected to generate out of all of this. To understand what we're talking about here. And the negotiation, not in this Congo. Don't shade the netle, masan the netle, none of the netle. Most of us already. We know the condition of the world now. Not only in terms of the physical condition with climate crisis, but the governmental process that we're seeing now from DC. We're in trouble. We're in trouble in more ways than one. So we think about it, we talk about it, to say that where are our grandchildren gonna be? What kind of life will they be? What kind of conditions will they be in 20 years and 50 years? And the our football farmer group, are farmers from San Juan all the way down. We want to be able to stabilize a food supply process for our coming generations. Hold on, Seaches. So we need your support. And I show no when the time comes, we need your help. And I would just make a request that the division of resources, and then economic development and whoever, to say that this project needs support. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rousey. So with that, colleagues, I need a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Chair Nez, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Colleagues, do we have any questions with what was presented here to us by Topa Council of Non? Are you able to share your actual PowerPoint presentation with us, because this is just pushing. Maybe sent it to Ms. Nakai so she can distribute it to the members of the committee.
I can share. You have a jump drive.
I don't have one.
Yeah,
If you can, maybe Oh,
airdrop.
Ramona have it, yeah.
I think, yeah, Ramona has one. Hokoshi, any questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice. So, Mr. Yazi, to you and your council for coming before Resources and Development Committee and giving us a snapshot of what the council is doing and the future request for additional funding that the council is seeking for ASHA and Denigi as Resources and Development Committee. We'll definitely keep that on our radar.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and take this report to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kasem Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shauna N. Clow, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rickman, vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. Honorable Speaker So, how do you vote?
Great.
Okay, so with that, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. The report from the Topon Council of Natani is accepted. Adonas forward to item letter B. Colleagues, again, this was requested for executive session. We do have Mr. Zeller, CEO for NAPI, with Premier Petrochemical Corporation. So Mr. Zeller, who would you like in the executive session?
We have some staff members here. Actually, we have Four Corners Economic Development Council is here. And the clean energy is here. And we actually have 2 of our board members, including our chair, Mr. Sheriff. Right here right now.
Okay. So with that, colleagues,
And Monaghan, Permian.
okay. We have Permian Petrochemical staff that's here with Clean Energy CEO. We do have Four Corners Economic Development CEO here. We do have staff from NAPI and 2 board members along with Mr. Zeller, along with Resources and Development Committee. Our legal counsel, Ms. Connor, you gonna stay or you gonna?
I'll be listening in person for a bit and then I'll.
Okay, then we'll have our legal counsel and our 2 legislative staff that would be present for this particular presentation that's requested for executive session. How long would you, or Ms. Khan?
I'm sure I had asked Department of Justice to have somebody listening on also, if that's okay.
Sure. Is that okay? So we probably have to open up the line for nomination Department of Justice, and then that's Miss Black Hat, right? Veronica?
One for staffers.
No,
Hmm.
not an attorney. Attorney?
I think
Yeah, she has additional staff attorneys.
she has a staff attorney.
Okay, so we would need to get the name of the individual.
Yes, I've given the name to.
Who is that, Ramona?
Cody Artist, you already want to call.
Cody Artis?
Yeah.
Okay, Cody Artis from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. For how long, the length of time, to be in executive session? So maybe with Q&A,
Hopefully we can do less presentation, more Q&A hopefully.
okay, so 45 minutes?
45, yeah.
Hagoshi for 45 minutes.
Thank you.
So colleagues, I need a motion and a second, and then we have to vote to go into executive session for 45 minutes. So who would like to motion? Honorable Speaker So, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Shauna N. Claw to go into executive session for 45 minutes with Clean Energy CEO, Four Corners Economic Development CEO, NAPI staff with CEO Director Zeller, 2 of the NAPI board members with Navajo Nation Department of Justice attorney, also legislative staff with our legislative legal counsel and members of the Resources and Development Committee. And with that, like to go ahead. So I'd like to take this to roll call vote. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote?
Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shawna N. Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Nez, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson is excused, and Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Great.
Okay, so we have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting, and I would need for, oh, we've even asked for Mr. Arthur Hardy to stay. Should we have him stay as he's assigned to RDC from Office of the
Yeah.
Speaker? Wait, that's it. No, Arthur, we're sorry. We'll have you stay, Mr. Hardy. He is assigned to the committee, so I would like to ask everyone else to leave that was not named here earlier before we start executive session. Mr. Zeller?
If it would be okay, a representative from Wilbur Ellis here, if they could stay with us.
Okay. Okay. So Adoshi, yes, I give way to ask, you all to exit a shoulder, because this is executive session, so,
They get a new link.
So I'm gonna take everyone off the call that was mentioned,
okay,
and then lock the meeting.
okay. So. Thank you. So we need, who do we, Danielle would be staying, also Mr. Tim Gibbs, is that how you say the last name? We do have the 2 board members here for NAPI. And also, the NAPI staff,
Okay,
Nomination Department of Justice, who's gonna be online, RDC members, the young lady, your name?
Chantal Begay.
Chantal Begay. Also, legislative staff and then our legal counsel. Is that who's all in the room right now? Hakoshi? So with that, we still have one here.
Loading up.
Loading up South America.
VT? Come on. Oh, going that way. Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over, we're good on Zoom? Okay, I'd like to yield time over to Mr. Zeller and the Permian Petrochemical Corporation for presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps everyone should identify themselves first, so you know them.
Sure, sure,
Introduction.
yes.
Hello, I'm Chantal Begay. I'm the retail store manager for the Wilbur Ellis up here on the farm.
Oh, okay, good to meet you. Jishi?
Sky Hayes, crop manager.
Okay.
Steve Gray, I'm working with PPC and also Four Corners Economic Development.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Rosalind Yazzie, NAPI COO.
Mhm.
Jim Gibbs, I'm the CEO of Four Corners Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity.
Danielle Codicini, Four Corners Clean Energy Alliance, Executive Director.
Ernest Diswood, NAPI board member. Good afternoon, Lawrence Platero, NAPI board member.
John Lonergan, CEO of PBC.
Good afternoon, Lionel Haskey, NAPI Director of Operations.
Great.
Okay, and I'm Dave Zeller. Okay, I appreciate the time that you're taking on our behalf. So I sit on the board of FORCED, Four Corners Economic Development Council. We're always looking for economic growth in the area. And we have another board member who's not present right now, Dr. Bob Walsh, New Mexico Tech, that we're working on carbon sequestration with, among other things. And we were at a FORCED meeting and just discussing general things, and obviously we have a large fertilizer bill here. As you may know, Nappy, is currently at about 70,000 acres under pivot to grow crops and food. We're trying to fulfill the local food assistance program grant that Ms. Yazzie spearheaded with the Washington DC office. $5.5 million grant to get food distributed in that nation. So anyway, we use a lot of fertilizer. And talking with Balch, and he said, you know, may have something that would be of interest to you. And so he introduced me, Mr. Lonergan here of Permian. And I thought it sounded of interest. Mr. Haskey also then brought his engineering expertise into it to take a peek. And we thought maybe this might be something that you would like to hear too. We have met earlier with Delegate Simpson and Delegate Nez, who represent Huerfano and San Juan and Azad Upper Fruitland chapters, the chapters that border Nappy, along with Speaker Curley. It was suggested that we then meet with RDC, and in the meantime, our legal counsel, Ms. Alwyn Earnhardt, Mr. Haskey, Lonergan, Mr. Gray, met with President Nygaard during the recent economic summit at Twin Arrows. And that was a very fruitful meeting. And it was suggested that we bring this to RDC for review. So I think maybe the best thing to do after that is just turn it over to Mr. Lonergan, so I'm not burning up his airtime. And we'll go from there.
Great.
Good afternoon, I'm not Mr. Lonergan, but so what presentations we're gonna go over. Yate sha kwasana she Lionel asking shin. Ashkin shnado Kanesane Bashin Kiani Bashichigo, the Hachibi Bashiman. Set us today, Masha. John Lonergan works for a company called PPC. And I think it's a petrochemical petroleum company, corporation. It's the LLC, and we have some slides here. The location we're gonna be talking about is gonna be this location here. As you can see, there's this is the purple outline is the NIP project. There's about 275,000 acres there. And out of the 275,000 acres, there is about 72,000 acres that we've developed so far. And there's about 30,000 acres left to go. So at full build out, 110,000 acres is what the goal is. That was what was legislated by US Congress in 1960s. So this, the amount of circles that we have here are what's green right now. And here's
Could you,
Hold
Farmington.
on.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Well, apparently it's still on over
It's
here.
still on the staff. They said they could under